Chapter 241. The exploration strategy meeting ended late in the evening. Ugh, that was a good meal. The Lord's chef really knows how to cook, doesn't he? Coolin and the members of the penal squad returned to their military barracks, patting their full bellies. Every time there was a strategy meeting, Ash fed them. The food provided in the barracks was of a higher quality and tasted better than their regular meals, so the penal squad members ate until they were full. They returned to their quarters, relishing their satisfied stomachs. "Welcome back, guys." As they entered their quarters, they were greeted by a warm food aroma, and Kureha was waiting for them. Startled, Coolin and the penal squad members flinched. Brother? What brings you here?" "They said I no longer needed treatment at the temple, so I was discharged." Apart from the curse, Kureha's condition had recovered enough that he didn't need to convalesce at the temple. Though they recommended he stay, Kureha insisted on leaving to look after his younger brother. "Do you know how worried I was thinking you guys might be eating poorly, not cleaning, and not washing your clothes?" Well, about that. As I expected, look at this place. Haven't I always told you? Live like humans, behave like humans." Looking at Kureha's scolding, Coolin and the penal squad members all thought the same thing. Is he our grandmother? Anyway, I've cleaned, done the laundry and everything. Indeed, the once dirty quarters where 5 men lived was now sparkling clean, and the piles of laundry were washed and neatly hung up. Impressed by Kureha's exceptional homemaking skills, all 5 members of the penal squad clapped in admiration. Kureha smiled warmly and gestured them inside. "You guys must be hungry after working late, right? I've prepared food." And on the dining table were meals for 5. Coolin, pale, waved his hands frantically. Brother, we've already eaten a lot." "What do you mean by a lot? At your age, you should be starving after some activity. You can eat more." "No, we really ate a lot. Besides, you have another exploration mission tomorrow, right? You need to eat well and gather strength. Come on, sit down." Kureha forcefully grabbed the resisting Coolin's arm. "Look at this, look. You've lost weight from all the hard work. You're all skin and bones." "Skin and bones?" Looking up at Coolin's massive physique, the rest of the penal squad members broke into cold sweats. Where in the world is there such a huge skeleton? Regardless, under Kureha's insistence, Coolin and the penal squad members had no choice but to sit at the table. "Eat. Eat a lot. You need to eat more and grow, my adorable siblings." Kureha, with a kind grandmotherly smile, personally tore food into pieces and put it onto the plates of Coolin and the penal squad members. "Eat. I said eat." In the end, all 5 members of the penal squad had to force down a second dinner. As they could eat no more and began to flee with screams, Kureha managed to forcibly sit them down and ensured every last bit of food was consumed. "It's good to see you healthy, brother." Outside the military lodgings, the relaxation area, Coolin, panting heavily while holding onto his distended belly due to overeating, looked with concern at the figure standing next to him. "Isn't this too much? Right after getting discharged, you're cleaning, doing laundry, and cooking. You don't need to feel burdened to take care of us. Look after yourself more. After I got like this, I've only been a burden to you all." Kureha leaned on the staff he got from the temple. It was difficult for him to walk because of his mummified left leg. Using the end of his staff, Kureha lightly tapped his left leg and muttered bitterly, "When there's something to be done, I'll do it if I can." Coolin, who had been silently observing his brother, grinned. "Once we reclaim our homeland, the curse on our bodies will be lifted. Just hold on a little longer, bro." "Yeah." Kureha gazed far to the north. "I want to go back soon, to our homeland." After a brief silence, Kureha changed the topic. "So, how is it, little bro? How does it feel to work and earn a salary?" "It's not as bad as I thought." Coolin shrugged with a smile. "It does feel awkward, like wearing ill-fitting clothes, but the feeling isn't too bad. We never had the chance to live this kind of life, I'm glad you got this opportunity. Immediately after, Kureha let out a deep sigh. Except for the fact that your job is too dangerous. How about the exploration tomorrow? Isn't it dangerous? Well, according to the prince, it seems like it's going to be a pretty tough battle. But you know I have incredible luck, right? Kulin winked at his brother. I've inherited your awesome fortune. So, it'll be fine tomorrow as well. The name Kureha of great luck, the miraculous Kureha, I Kulin have inherited it. So, just wait and don't worry, bro. Slowly, Kureha raised his left fist and held it out. Here, take some more. My luck. Kulin, chuckling, raised his own fist in response. I won't refuse. Gladly. The brothers' fists met in the air and then parted. The next morning, at the Lord's mansion, as party members began to arrive, Kelly Bay came in person, carrying the silver nail shooter I ordered. Is your back feeling better? Clank. Wow, it works. While I was testing the silver nail shooter attached to my arm, Kelly Bay asked with a worried expression, You're going to assault the inner gate checkpoint today? It's pretty tough there. We have to get past there to enter the 6th zone. We'll have to face it someday anyway. It's best to strike while the iron is hot, right? That's true. But be careful. I've seen a lot of guys fall there and not get up. Kelly Bay, after advising, exclaimed, Ah! And pulled out a small pouch from his belongings to hand it to me. Also, could you give this to Nameless on your way? What's this? A magic sharpening stone. While I'm not around, Nameless might need to maintain her sword. It's really old and needs frequent care. It seemed like a small errand on my way, so I took it. Upon viewing the vast expanse of the game world, Ash wondered aloud, By the way, what exactly is that black weapon of Nameless? It's emitting light. How powerful a magical weapon is it to be able to do that? I was curious because, throughout the entirety of the game, I had never seen a weapon with such potency. Even the average SSR-grade equipment would be easily surpassed by its power. At this, Kelly Bay suppressed a giggle and chuckled. Do you know the name of that old rusty sword? It was an odd question. I blinked in surprise. Judging by its power, I'd assume it would have a legendary name, something out of a myth perhaps. What is it? It's called Ordinary Iron Sword. What? It's nothing more than a sturdy old blade without any particular abilities. But how does such an ordinary sword wield such power? Kelly Bay shrugged mischievously in front of my bewildered face. Who knows? You might want to ask Nameless about that. I furrowed my brows in dissatisfaction. Why do people around here always avoid giving spoilers? Now loading. Tip, the difficulty sharply rises from the 6th zone of the Lake Kingdom dungeon. Make sure you're well prepared before entering. Flash dash. Lake Kingdom. Base camp. Upon landing in this now familiar territory, reminiscent of the backyard of a mansion, I saw that a few people had gathered. There was the teleporting NPC Grandma Coco Verdandi from our party and Nameless, the dungeon merchant NPC, Nameless. I approached to greet her warmly, but something seemed off. Ash, you're here. The once clean Nameless was filthy. Just a few days ago, she had been freshly washed, but now she was covered in dirt and blood. Her once silky white hair was disheveled, sticking out in every direction. Her doll-like beautiful face was hidden by the strands of her messy hair. I couldn't help but react with dismay. Why are you so dirty after I took the time to clean you up? In this hell, cleanliness is a luxury. Nameless replied calmly, scratching her head. I had some intense battles these past days, and ended up like this again. Or maybe you're just messy. On Nameless' dirty white hair, the red ribbon that Ader had tied for her last time dangled pitifully. At least she kept that on. I handed Nameless the magic sharpening stone I got from Kelly Bay. Gratefully, Nameless took it and immediately began sharpening her old sword. I was just thinking I needed to maintain my sword. It was troublesome without Kelly Bay. You came at the right time, Ash. Thank you. I just ran an errand. That's all. As Nameless worked the stone, producing magical sparks that flew from the blade, I remembered what Kelly Bay told me. I hesitated, wondering whether to ask about the true nature of that old sword. Nameless glanced at me. Verdandi told me, "You plan to attack the inner fortress checkpoint today?" "Yeah." I thought it might be time to venture deeper into the dungeon. Nameless sighed deeply. "I'd like to stop you if I could, but then you'd never make it to the other side." I blinked. "Wanna block me?" "Why?" "Be careful, Ash. The deeper you go, the darker it becomes." Nameless repeated the warning I've heard countless times. Never, ever, extinguish the flame. May luck be with you. For some reason, that farewell sounded more ominous today. Nameless began tending to her sword, and leaving her behind at the base camp, my party members and I set forth. Deep into the dungeon, toward the checkpoint in Zone 6. After leaving Zone 5 and entering the beginning of Zone 6. What's this? The party members simultaneously gasped in surprise. It was because they felt the surrounding darkness intensify all at once. It felt as if the night sky was descending to the ground. The high ceiling seemed to close in on us, making it hard to breathe. Crawling, scratching. The unique sound of this place's darkness, like bugs nibbling, had grown significantly louder. From here on, it's the Lake Kingdom's depths, also known as the real dungeon. Verdandi, who had been leading the way, turned to us with a grim expression. "I've seen countless adventurers die here over the centuries. Most of them lost their lives in this place. Many skilled and talented individuals fell, unable to overcome the challenges of these depths." Holding her lantern higher, Verdandi once again took the lead. "I earnestly ask of you, brace yourselves, and I hope you remain intact." Suppressing our unease, we pushed through the jungle-like darkness. We delved deeper into the heart of the Lake Kingdom, pushing through the encroaching darkness, just as we finally made our way in. We had arrived. At the long wall, encompassed by shadows as vast as a mountain range. So this is the inner sanctuary of the Lake Kingdom, then? Something strange caught my eye. The state of the wall, separating the city's inner and outer sanctums. It was bizarre. The bricks that made up the wall weren't neatly stacked on the ground. They were pulled from the ground, ignoring the laws of physics, floating in midair. If it was just that, maybe I would have moved on. But what? The problem was what was stacked between those bricks. What is this? People. Dark, shadowy figures of people, thousands, no, tens of thousands, countless things in the shape of humans, stacked like bricks, floated slowly in the air, almost like a wall reaching the sky. Not only Coolin, who lacked dungeon experience, and the penal squad members, but also Lucas, Damien, and Evangeline, who had defeated various monsters, were stunned. Even I was, frozen in place by this surreal and eerie sight. Verdandis' bitter voice whispered in my stunned ears. "This is the real hell beneath the lake." My head was spinning. It's the deep demon realm. Chapter 242. Countless humanoid somethings were scattered in the air above the inner castle walls. Wrapped around their entire bodies like cocoons were shadows, seemingly waiting for a metamorphosis. As I stared blankly at this eerie scene, I suddenly snapped back to reality. "What are you doing, Ash? What are you up to, retro addict?" Was this guy, who's played the game 742 times, really getting scared by this? Well, the game never did give a close-up view of this wall. But I had to stay calm. I was the party leader after all. I slapped my own cheeks to refocus and turned around to shout at my teammates. "Pull yourselves together, guys!" Exclamation point. We've made it through worse than this. If you get discouraged by something like this, all those hellish challenges we faced before will laugh at us. I wasn't sure if it was my words or my passive skill that protected our allies from mental status effects that did the trick. But one by one, the frozen party members started to come to their senses. "Hold tight." Snap. They all clung to me with terrified faces. "Seriously? What are you guys? Chicks?" Taking the lead, I strode towards the inner castle wall. Even if this was just a mere background scene, I needed to figure out what was going on. The party members trailed closely behind me. The bricks and humanoid figures were suspended in mid-air. They were trapped inside an invisible magical barrier. So, this grotesque scene was merely decorative, and the actual inner gate checkpoint was made of this transparent magic barrier. Verdandi, why does it look like this? Not entirely sure. Verdandi looked up with a pale face and responded. It's been like this since the first time our party arrived. But there's one thing you should know. These humanoid figures are piled up inside the inner zone. You'll be seeing a lot more of them. At her words, the faces of the party members darkened. Damn it, we have to keep seeing this as we move forward? Adventurers Hove explored this place, call them shadow cocoons. Shadow cocoons. They're essentially harmless. They just sit there. But, occasionally, Verdandi hesitated before continuing. They speak. They speak. Could they possibly be alive? Well, it's like they're muttering in their sleep. It's often hard to make out, but most of them say the same thing. With a heavy sigh, Verdandi spoke. They ask to be killed. Please kill me. As the sound of encroaching darkness filled the air, everyone froze. Wah! Suddenly, Verdandi shouted and flung her arms up. Mama! Aya! Squawk! Behind me, Evangeline, Damien, and Coolin screamed and jumped. Seriously, Coolin. Cut it out. Ha ha! Sorry about that. You all looked so tense. I thought I'd lighten the mood a bit. Seriously. You almost gave me a heart attack. In reality, Coolin was lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Someone, please tend to this big guy, pleaded. The dungeon, to begin with, was dark with not even a hint of sunlight. Monsters would spring out from all corners, making it a terrifying place. But with all these grotesque scenes in the backdrop, it seemed even more nightmarish. I scratched the goosebumps that rose on my arm. Haha. But really, you can't be this tensed. Verdandi added with a stifled chuckle. There are even more terrifying things inside. And a ton of real monsters aiming for our lives. Her words sobered me up. I realized what was truly terrifying. Yes, the shadows and illusions talking might be eerie, but the monsters, attacking my city and taking lives, that's far scarier. However grotesque these illusions appeared, they were merely a background. The monsters posed the real threat. They were the actual beasts, seeking to kill humans on the surface. What I should fear is the damage caused if we fail to stop them, not this mere scenery. Hearing my words, the party members nodded slowly. I hope they reevaluated our true enemies. Okay, everyone, snap out of it. Relax your shoulders. Let's head straight to our destination. I urged the group, then gestured towards Coolin, who was still unconscious on the ground. And someone wake up that lousy guy. Show some authority, for God's sake. You're the sub-party leader. We didn't have to walk much further to reach our target dungeon, the inner gate checkpoint. The walls around the checkpoint weren't floating in midair, and there were no shadowy human figures around. The walls were solid and sturdy. The black iron gate in between was firmly shut without a twitch. As I approached it, a system window popped up. Zone 6, Inner Gate Checkpoint. This stage is conducted in the form of a domination battle. Find and dominate the core of the dungeon and maintain it for a certain period. Treasure boxes acquired. 0/2. Domination battle. It's a type of battle we'll frequently encounter as we clear more areas of the dungeon. As the description suggests, there's a capture point formed inside the dungeon. By occupying that spot for a certain time, we achieve clearance. Usually, a boss guards this point. After taking down the boss, waves of additional monsters swarm in. It's a complex dungeon structure, combining various mechanics. As we go deeper into the dungeon, it becomes more intricate and challenging. Among such domination battle-type dungeons, the inner gate checkpoint is a unique one. It literally resembles a fortress. To start the real dungeon raid, One has to either breach the main gate, climb over the walls, or conduct a siege battle. So, in the game, you had to craft siege weapons. Whether it was a battering ram to break down the gate or ladders to scale the walls, acquiring these was essential for the raid. Battering rams were darn expensive and rarely useful, and climbing up using ladders inflicted heavy damage. Both were excruciating choices. But I didn't bring any siege weapons this time. Given the circumstances, there was no need for siege towers or ladders. Damien. After preparing the other party members for the assault, I instructed Damien. Fire it. Full power. Yes. Damien pointed his Black Queen forward and immediately activated the Nightmare Slayer mode. Clank. Clank. The long barrel of the magic gun morphed on its own, eventually forming 2 elongated rails. Subsequently, 7 magic bullets between the rails condensed into a single massive one. Zap, zap. Magic currents sparked between the rails, signaling they were ready, and then, boom, fired. The magic bullet, shattering the barrel of the magic gun, lodged itself into the thick castle gate. Groan, tore through the gate, bending the steel and ultimately, crash, shattered the gate, embedding itself within. The force was so powerful that the walls around the gate were torn apart, crumbling down. Nice shot, Damien. I grinned and patted Damien on the shoulder. Damien, removing his heat-resistant gloves that had become worn out, gave me an innocent smile. After Head previously sustained burns from using that mode, this time I had him wear the kind of gloves blacksmiths use. It seemed to have absorbed most of the damage. We've broken through the main obstacle, the gate, but it's also true we've expended one of our major trump cards. Looking at the wide-open gate, I quickly tallied the resources we had left. Before any other variables come into play, we needed a swift victory. Charge. As described, head straight to capture the flag. I shouted to my party members. Break through the shortest path, capture the flag. Let's go. Ill lead. Let's do this. Lucas and Evangeline took the lead, followed by me, Verdandi, and the penal squad. Damien stayed put, drawing another magic gun. Thud thud. Guards on the walls unleashed a volley of arrows. These weren't the werewolves, the monsters of this season, but creatures I hadn't seen before. Red-skinned creatures, with various horns on their foreheads and bat-like wings on their backs. Demon kind. They are dispatched in the main dungeons of every region, the highest tier of monster armies. Finally, we were facing them. The demons, clad in armor, prepared their positions in an organized manner. Arrows rained down on us from above. The arrow snipes from the high grounds were undoubtedly threatening. Monsters invading Crossroad always see this kind of scenery. Watching the arrows come at us from close range, I calmly had that thought, when at the same time, shall we go dash? Evangeline crouched down on the spot with her short legs and then leaped high. Squirreling into the air, Evangeline raised her shield in mid-air, blocking the first wave of incoming arrows. Patter-patter. The sound resembled rain hitting a window, as Evangeline's shield glowed brightly. Soon after, that bright light transferred to Evangeline's lance. Slash. Evangeline swung her magic lance horizontally, dispersing the accumulated light in all directions. A fierce wind swept in, brushing away all the arrows in its path. Using the shield's damage save ability, the accumulated damage was unleashed through the cavalry spear's damage payback, effectively blocking the rain of arrows. Woohoo! Evangeline, her platinum hair flying, landed beside me, her large green eyes blinking and beckoning. Now, praise me quick. Nice cover, Evangeline. Hee hee hee. Evangeline flashed her teeth in a grin. She really could be so childish. Before the second wave of arrows could hit, we had to pass beneath the castle gate. Lucas, activating Step of Persistence, dashed out at the forefront. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, heavily armored demon soldiers stood in the now vacant castle gate, holding shields as large as their own bodies. Were they intending to block the entrance with their bodies? Ha-dash! Without hesitation, Lucas, running headlong, had a dazzling array of lights swirling around his long sword. Flash! With Soul Strike activated, he cut through the demon soldiers, sending them flying sideways with their shields. Lucas' first skill, having been diligently stacked up till now, possessed an immense destructive power. Having shattered the enemy's defense, Lucas immediately turned to look at me. I promptly gave him a thumbs up. Nice charge, Lucas. Lucas puffed up like a big dog basking in praise. In contrast, Evangeline frowned slightly. Were they always this hungry for compliments? Or have I been stingy all this time? Tang! Tang dash! Outside, Damien took down archers on the walls one by one with precise shots. Meanwhile, our main force safely made it inside the castle gate. Verdandi! Assist with clearing the top of the wall. Can you manage alone? For someone called an assassin, I'm pretty capable.
Don't worry.
Verdandi immediately climbed the inner castle walls. With the support of Verdandi and Damien sniping, the top should be cleared out in no time. Lucas cut down the demon soldiers blocking our main force's path, while Evangeline smacked them away, clearing them out swiftly. It didn't take long for us to reach the capture point. The flagpole. And below the empty flagpole, where no flag hung, a boss monster awaited. It was a massive demon, clad in armor without any gaps, and four large horns protruded from its forehead. Ding! A system window updated simultaneously. Inner checkpoint, capture point reached. Defeat the boss and maintain control for 5 minutes. LV.40 Demon Gatekeeper. Checkpoint Supervisor Baltimore. This place is reserved. A weary voice echoed from the boss monster. Those without citizenship cannot enter. Thud. The monster, brandishing its massive mace, growled menacingly. Present your ID and documentation. I will assess if you are qualified to enter this chosen land. Like other dungeon bosses, this one too was spouting oddly contextual dialogue. If I knew it was going to be like this, I'd have brought my passport. I teasingly produced a black jade medallion reserved for the royal family and waved it around. Will this get me access, Mr. Supervisor? Thud. In response, the boss monster violently slammed its mace to the ground. Annoyed, I pocketed the medallion and pulled out my magic staff instead. Thought you'd assess it, you bastard. Entry denied. Turn back. We're not here to harm anyone. We just want to take down your king and leave. Okay? As I swung my staff, my party members charged head-on. Facing us, the boss monster 2 charged forward. Chapter 243. Crash Dash. The Demon Gatekeeper. Checkpoint Overseer Baltimore. Lucas and Evangeline were the first to rush in, halting its monstrous charge. The massive demon, clad in impeccable armor, groaned and stopped in its tracks. Penal Squad. I commanded the waiting Coolin and the Penal Squad. It's your turn. Hell yeah. Let's do this. The strategy was pre-devised to confront this boss monster solely with the Penal Squad. In any case, the Penal Squad was the strongest sub-party under my command. They were expected to excel in defending Stage 10 as well. I can't fail to defeat a boss of this caliber. Lucas and Evangeline swiftly retreated to either side, and seizing the opportunity, I swung my staff lightly, tapping the shoulders of the Penal Squad members. Ding! 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 With its unique sound effect, a random buff was applied to the bodies of the 5 Penal Squad members. Oh man, I feel so powered up. The buff lasts for 3 minutes. Be careful not to suddenly lose strength. Heh! So all I need to do is bash that monster within 3 minutes? Thump! With a sly smile, Coolin clenched his fists in front of his chest. His right hand bore the lucky strike, and a regular gauntlet adorned his left. Ever since the old days, we've been good at beating up armored soldiers. Today, I'll give you a proper demonstration, Your Majesty. I'm looking forward to it, Coolin. I said so, but I quickly signaled Lucas and Evangeline with my eyes. Both knights instantly nodded in understanding. Should the Penal Squad, especially the frail-bodied Coolin, find themselves in danger, the 2 knights would intervene. Despite his combat skills, Coolin was an unstable close combat dealer because of his glass body trait. Even with several safety mechanisms in his equipment, I couldn't help but worry. Swoosh dash. Amid this tense situation, Coolin and the penal squad charged at the boss monster. A red aura emanated from Coolin's body. It was his self-buff skill, Leaf Drift. This red aura extended from his limbs, reaching out and striking the boss monster's armor. Clang and bang. It sounded like a hammer striking metal. Coolin's first skill, Leaf Crush. A skill that delivers a strike, ignoring the opponent's armor. The boss monster, despite its thick armor, flinched in surprise as the damage registered. Continuous strikes. Go, go, go. Bang. Boom and crash. As Coolin's fists descended upon the armor, a red aura trailed behind, dispersing in all directions. Just like falling leaves. Is that why all his skills have the term leaf in them? Virum dash. The boss monster swung the club in its hand horizontally. Coolin effortlessly dodged the massive swing and continued his barrage of punches and kicks. Demon-type monsters differed from other monsters in that they didn't have clear strengths or weaknesses. However, they possessed stats superior to humans in every aspect and, like humans, could utilize equipment. In other words, they were no different from strong humans. The more skilled one was at battling humans, the easier it became to combat the demon type. This is too predictable. I was worried about facing a boss, but is this all it's got? For several decades, Coolin, fitting of his title as the Bandit King, skillfully dodged enemy attacks, and conversely, led the battle by landing his blows. Whoa! Our captain's doing great. Alright, let's slowly join in. If we don't help now, we'll get an earful later. As his subordinates began to approach lazily, Coolin shouted at them. I was about to scold you all anyway. Hurry up and help. Yeah, we're on it. The penal squad members, who had been in sync with Coolin for a long time, adeptly covered Coolin's weak points, enhancing his attacks with their follow-ups, guiding the course of the battle. Roar! The boss monster, after enduring a prolonged onslaught, had its eyes turn bloodshot. Tearing off the armor on its body, it spread its leathery wings wide. Phase 2 of the Demon Gatekeeper. Its attack and speed increased, but in exchange, its defense significantly decreased. A reign of darkness? A flood? A tsunami? What's so scary about that? The boss monster swung its club wildly, murmuring something incomprehensible. Even if the entire Lake Kingdom were submerged, those without permission cannot enter the fortress. It is my duty. Crash. The creature swung its club maniacally, creating chaos everywhere. This was the frenzy pattern that activates after starting Phase 2. Of course, I was well aware of this pattern. So I had informed the penal squad in advance, and Coolin and the penal squad had long since moved out of its range, avoiding the attack with ease. Execute those who climb the walls. No matter the emergency, we must follow the law. Instant judgment for all. Instant judgment. Just as the frenzy pattern ended and the Demon Gatekeeper momentarily slowed from exhaustion. Charge. Coolin and the penal squad members charged at it from all sides. Thud. Thump. Slam. Their weapons pierced into the demon's red flesh. Urgh. With a slight delay, Coolin, clenching his fists, struck the boss monster directly. The Bandit King's fists were swirling with a fiery red energy. Boom! First, his left fist struck the Demon Gatekeeper's vital point. Even if it's a monster benefiting from the boss stats, it seems difficult to withstand such a blow, especially when weakened and with its defenses lowered. The demon's waist slightly bent forward. His chin dropped. Clench your teeth! With a powerful shout, Coolin delivered an uppercut, smashing the Demon Gatekeeper's chin. Bang! The Demon Gatekeeper's head snapped back, and from Coolin's right hand, a fierce red gust surged due to the lucky strike. In the corner of my vision, the number that appeared in the lucky strike slot was 333. Holy crap, triple 3. Although not as great as 777, it was still a jackpot. Was this real luck? Having been struck squarely on its weak point, and on top of that with the lucky strike showing jackpot numbers, the Demon Gatekeeper spat out blood and collapsed. The checkpoint always checks visitors by the law. Shut up. Damn you. Just drop dead. While the demon gatekeeper crumbled, Kulin's fists landed one last time on each side of its jaw. Thud! The enormous body of the demon gatekeeper fell heavily onto the ground. Phew! As the monster lay motionless, Kulin, lightly dusting off his hands, chuckled and looked over at me. For all the tension, that wasn't so tough. Though the demon gatekeeper appears as a boss monster now, in the deeper dungeons, it's just a regular monster that appears in droves. It's relatively simple for a boss, and can be taken down quite easily. That's why I entrusted it to Kulin's party. No need to tell them that. For now, let's boost their confidence. Grinning, I gave Kulin and the members of the penal squad pats on their shoulders. Excellent. Now you truly seem like a frontline party for the monster front. Ha ha ha. I can feel us getting stronger day by day. At this rate, who knows? Maybe well surpass the prince's direct party. Kulin, brimming with pride, beamed and boasted, causing the penal squad members to burst into roaring laughter. Ha ha ha. Did I mishear, mister? I thought I heard some cute nonsense. Immediately, the veins bulged on the faces of Lucas and Evangeline who stood behind me. Whoa, I've never seen them so livid. Looks like we might need another training session on our way back. Why wait until then? We could straighten them out right here. Caught between the penal squad, who were celebrating their victory over the boss monster, and the two knights ready to remind them of their pecking order, I tried to mediate. Hey, the dungeon's not cleared yet. More monsters are still lurking. This dungeon follows a siege format. Having defeated the boss monster and claimed this territory by hoisting our flag, we now had to fend off waves of oncoming monsters for the next 5 minutes. No sooner had I finished speaking than hordes of demonic soldiers began pouring in from all directions. For Dandy and Damien, having secured the ramparts, hurriedly joined us. Form defensive lines. At my shout, our pre-trained party of 10 formed a protective circle. There's no need to hold back any longer. To the still agitated knights, I subtly remarked, "Go wild." Lucas and Evangeline grimly smiled, brandishing their weapons. That's right. Let's show these rookies how different our main party is. 5 minutes later, all the demon soldiers were repelled, mostly by Lucas and Evangeline, and the siege was a success. The dungeon was cleared. Flutter dash, the Empire's flag, signifying the completion of the siege, rose majestically. Damien cheered. Ha! So, does this place now fully belong to us? Sadly, no. Dungeons reset each season. The territory we've claimed here won't remain ours, and after we proceed to the next stage, the dungeon will be populated with monsters again. The gate we destroyed will be perfectly restored. This siege was merely a mode of clearing, not a true conquest of land. While it's a pity that we couldn't maintain the occupation, if you think about it differently, it's basically replenishing the monsters and supplying experience points. Having even one more dungeon available for farming is advantageous for us. As I explained, Damien looked up at the fluttering Empire flag, appearing slightly disappointed. In the meantime, the party members searched and looted treasure chests. There were a total of 2 treasure chests. From one, various consumables came out in a bundle. From the other, fragment of the Great Commander's flag. Ah! A piece of my exclusive equipment emerged. Fragment of the Great Commander's flag. February 5th. One of the 5 fragments of Character Ash's exclusive equipment, Great Commander's flag. EX. Collect all 5 fragments to assemble the full flag. I had been wondering when I would gather them all, but somehow the pieces have been coming together. I swiftly took the fragment and tucked it safely away. All the monsters were dealt with, all the collectible items secured, and the teleport gate of the safe zone was activated. All that was left was to return. Beep, 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 beep. HM? Suddenly, an annoyingly high-pitched alarm started ringing in my ear. Alert! 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 A red system window popped up, displaying a warning message in front of my eyes. What's this about? The system window producing the warning sound and message was the boss detection radar. 4. Free exploration. Sends a warning when a boss monster is near. It's the boss detection radar that had been unlocked in the achievement shop. After the vampire Lord Celendian ambushed us in the dungeon, Ader added this feature as a precaution. For free exploration, there's usually no need to be warned about regular boss monsters. So, it was set to alert us only when a commander-level boss approached. And now, the radar was reacting. As expected, I smirked darkly, gazing into the city's depths. They've really brought it. Feeling something amiss, one by one, the party members also turned their heads in the direction I was looking. What is? Damn! Something's coming. With tense expressions, they gripped their weapons tightly. Hud, hud, hud. From inside the walls we had breached, with heavy footfalls without any attempt at stealth, confidently. Thud, thud, thud. Cutting through the darkness, it approached. The sheer oppressive aura it emitted seemed to split the darkness around it. I've been waiting. A colossal, muscular werewolf with shimmering silver fur. The boss of this stage 10. Lycanthrope, the beast of Gvaudan. The full moon slaughterer, the wolf king. Lunard. As I uttered its name, the monster chuckled. Ash. Ash-born hater ever black. The monster, naming me in return, examined me intently with its blood-red eyes. Its eyes glinted with pure desire. Finally, I found you. A raw, pure longing, the desire to tear me apart. Chapter 244. The massive werewolf with silver-red fur came to a halt, stopping only a few meters away from us. So, the Wolf King has finally shown himself. I spat out his name once more. Lunard. Ash. Chewing over my name, Lunard smirked, showing a hint of his fangs. Did you really think you could venture this deep into the dungeon, knowing I'd be here? Weren't you hunting our party? The werewolf was so tall that I had to tilt my head up significantly to meet his gaze. Both of us exchanged glares, as if in a staring contest. Either way, we were bound to face off. You wouldn't just be hiding out of fear, would you? I always anticipated that we'd encounter a monster of his rank in this dungeon. Thus, I wasn't taken aback. I heard you were quite the clever one, but it seems I was mistaken. You're willingly cutting your lifeline. With that, the werewolf raised his massive hand, cracking his knuckles. This Lake Kingdom is my hunting ground. Unlike the outside world, here I can use my full power. A few minutes is all I need to slaughter all of you. Aren't you aware? 2 of your fellow commanders, just as cocky as you, were killed by us. As I responded, Lucas and Evangeline stepped forward, raising their sword and shield, respectively. Even in the face of the menacing aura from this legendary beast, both knights stood firm, unshaken, probably due to their previous encounters with a commander of the Nightmare Legion. Damien also calmly aimed his magic gun, and Verdandi, having clashed with him before, didn't waver as she drew her dagger. Ugh. Bakulan and members of the penal squad were frozen in place, unable to move. I tried to lighten the atmosphere with a joke. What's the matter, Kulan? Scared?
No.
Of course, I was tense, but there's another reason. Kulan placed his trembling hand over his chest. What's this sensation? Looking at that monster, why does my heart? As he said this, Lunard's red eyes gleamed, looking towards Kulan and the penal squad. Ho! I wondered why there was a familiar scent. You all are my descendants. Kulan and the penal squad members were taken aback by this unexpected revelation. Not just them. I too widened my eyes, trying to comprehend what I had just heard. What did he say? What nonsense are you spouting, you freak? As Kulan snapped, Lunard laughed heartily. In the distant past, after consuming the blood of a foreign god, casting away humanity, and merging with beasts, the first werbeast came into existence. He pointed to himself with his hand covered in silver-red fur. One of your distant ancestors, the werfolk, is none other than me. The first among the werbeasts, the first werewolf. Claiming to be a distant ancestor of the werfolk, including Kulan. Stop your lies, monster. Kuolin, now visibly angered, readied himself in a combat stance. Red energy flared around the fists of the mountain bandit king. The undulating red aura looked almost like swirling autumn leaves. I can't believe the likes of you flows through my veins. Although you say that, isn't your body feeling it on its own? With a cruel smirk playing on his lips, Lunard slowly extended both his hands forward. We are kin. I am the source of your lineage. Shik. Wolf-like sharp claws sprouted from the werewolf, and a blood-red aura swirled around them. I will prove it by taking all your lives. Hiss. It was a shade of red different from Kuolin's fiery hue, more of a blood red. But even to my untrained eyes, they seemed strikingly similar. Above all, their stances. Lunard assumed a combat position that mirrored Kuolin's perfectly. This can't be. A fleeting look of despair crossed Kuolin's face. This martial art. It's been passed down through our clan for generations. I established the martial techniques, defined the forms, refined the breathing. I am the grandmaster of everything you've learned. Not only the bloodline, but everything Kuolin had learned originated from him. The monster cruelly boasted. Reflecting the light of the surrounding torches, Lunard's silvery mane shimmered momentarily, very much like flames. Its hue was eerily similar to Kuolin's red hair. I swallowed hard, deep in thought. Whether the monster's words were true or just a ploy to distract our allies, I didn't know. The monsters of the Lake Kingdom were beings resurrected by the Demon King. In other words, beings that died hundreds, if not thousands, of years ago were brought back to life. It was entirely possible that one of them could be a forefather to someone from the present. Gritting his teeth, Kuolin charged forward, launching himself at the monster. Shut up, you beastly brat. Kuolin. No! Before I could stop him, Kuolin dashed forward at a speed ID never seen from him before. His fists and feet, enveloped in his red aura, barraged the monster. His swift strikes released dozens of attacks in the blink of an eye. However, your inexperienced descendant, with a single swing of his fist. Wham! Lunard delivered a counter to Kuolin's midsection. Kuolin spat out blood without even a scream, getting thrown in the exact opposite direction of his charge. Shallow, so shallow. Your punches, your intent, everything is lukewarm. As the muscular werewolf drew back his bulging arm, he roared. Our clan's combat style is purely for combat. We don't hold back. We transcend human limitations. It's a method to slaughter enemies like a beast would. I rushed to Kuolin, who was throwing up blood, and quickly supported him. Lunard continued his tirade. I abandoned my humanity and became a beast to perfect that art. But what about you, descendant? Are you still trapped within the confines of humanity? What a waste of my legacy. Hey! Quit berating the descendants you're so proud of, martial arts wolf. As I spoke, Lunard's gaze shifted from Kuolin to me. I continued. So, if you perfected such a formidable fighting technique, shouldn't you have been satisfied and attained peace in the afterlife? Why did you resurrect and cause this chaos? Perfected? Satisfied? What inane drivel are you spouting, human? Lunard bellowed with a derisive laugh. Is there an end to strife? A limit to martial prowess? I regretted not being able to fight till my last breath. Given another chance, of course I would seize it. Ha! If I can battle someone stronger than me and taste their blood by tearing out their throat, if I can prove I am the mightiest, I'd gladly sell my soul to a demon for it. Seems like it. Looks like you've already sold it. I wondered if his persona was influenced by martial arts novels, but this werewolf seemed serious. Lunard began to approach me with a growl. Well, now that you've had your fun with my descendant, let's return to our conversation. Actually, I'd rather not. If you manage to defeat Orlop and Selendian, surely you can provide a real challenge for me? Facing the expectant eyes of the werewolf, I replied crisply. No. Huh? I want fight. I swiftly pulled out a magical scroll from my robe. It was a dungeon escape teleport scroll. After the vampire lord, Selendian, ambushed us in the past. Ader granted me access to two system features. One was a radar to detect boss monsters, and the other, emergency exit bomb. Free exploration exclusive. Inflicts a compulsory stun on surrounding monsters and increases the party's movement speed by 100%. Consumes one dungeon escape teleport scroll upon use. This was it. It's an emergency feature for when you encounter an unbeatable enemy in a dungeon. Worth a whopping 45,000 achievement points. Finally going to use this. I never intended to fight the Nightmare Legion commander in this dungeon. Why would we? Why engage in a battle that puts us at a disadvantage, especially on their home turf? Why explore Zone 6 in such a perilous situation, where commander-level monsters might find and pursue me in the dungeon? Because I have a way to escape. Without hesitation, I tore the scroll and activated the emergency exit bomb feature. Flash dash. What the? Lunard staggered back from the sudden brilliance, and I helped coolin up, shouting to my party members. Run to the teleport gate. We're retreating. Yes. The party members immediately ran toward the safe point inside the inner city checkpoint. Dragging the wobbly coolin, I followed, assisted by Lucas and Evangeline. Once the stun wore off, Lunard roared. Ash, are you running away now? Fleeing with an enemy in front of you? Have you no warrior's pride? I cheerfully nodded. Absolutely. What? Talking about pride? Does pride feed you? Life matters more to me than such nonsense. No reason to accept a losing fight. Mark my words. We may be retreating for strategic reasons now, but I'll repay this grudge. He spat out lines akin to a third-rate villain and reached the teleport gate, shoving his party members in one by one. Lunard, who had sprinted just outside the safety point in a blink, gritted his teeth. With a mocking smile, I glared at the werewolf. Sending your subordinates stealthily, ambushing in your home ground, stop such tactics. If you truly love combat, let's have an honest match. Come to my fortress. Whether your centuries-old skin is saggy or just rot, I'll tear it apart with my crossfire. Lunard chuckled. In combat, there's no unfair or cowardly tactics. This world adheres to survival of the fittest. The one left standing is the strongest. I agreed with that sentiment. So I too will deal with you with all the cunning I possess. On a battlefield that favors me in a way that advantages me. To survive in this hell. Let's do our best to kill each other, werewolf. I flipped him off and threw myself into the teleport gate. Coolin, who had been glaring at Lunard till the very end, and Lucas, who was supporting Coolin, followed me into the gate. The werewolf's red eyes continued to fixate on us. Like marking his prey, it was a persistent and greedy gaze. Flash. Free exploration complete. Character level up. Main party.
As, X, LV47, 1.
Sub party 1. Coolin, SR, LV.47, 1. Tuesday are LV.41, 1. Wednesday are LV.41.
Becky, R, LV.39, 2. On the Rock, R, LV.37, 2.
Injured and deceased characters. Coolin SR minor injuries. Equipment acquired. Fragment of the Great Commander's flag, 1 piece. Items acquired. Dark crystal, 3 pieces. Demon Legion magic stone, 63 pieces. Demon's rune magic core are 1 piece. Superior stamina potion, 1 piece. Superior magic power potion, 1 piece. Chapter 245. All throughout our return to Crossroad via the base camp, Coolin had drooped his shoulders, not uttering a word. Not just Coolin, but all the members of the penal squad wore somber expressions, keeping their lips tightly sealed. Everyone was so cheerful when we captured the demon gatekeeper. I inwardly groaned, observing the downtrodden atmosphere. Sure, it might be a downer if one's ancestors were rumored to be such monstrous wolves. Koreans say they have a bear among their ancestors, I almost began recounting the garlic and mugwort-scented love story of Dan Gunn and the bear woman, but I held back. Now was not the time for jokes. Everyone worked hard today. Upon our return to the mansion's backyard, I briefly addressed the party before disbanding. It wasn't intentional, but we got to meet the enemy leader of this defense battle in advance. And that's a significant gain. I recalled the surprise attack by the vampire lord, Celendian, from the dungeon. Back then, we got thoroughly thrashed. The entire main party was overpowered without putting up a fight. Yet, thanks to that defeat, we found a clue to become stronger, which eventually led to his defeat. The same goes for this time. This encounter will be the key to our strategy. Lunard, the Wolf King. Like Celendian, the vampire lord we previously defeated, he's a named monster commander. Of course, I've killed him countless times in the game. He doesn't possess intricate mechanics or a diverse set of skills like Celendian. He's just purely physically strong. His stats are high, and each of his blows is painful. Sometimes, this kind of opponent can be even more bothersome. And he plays a lot of dirty tricks. Unlike his straightforward combat prowess, the Werewolf Legion is known for their unpredictable actions. In the game, they'd use diversionary tactics, ambushes, and even strategies outside the fortress. They were truly despicable. Why would they resort to underhanded tactics in a battle? Wolves are clever animals. They're even more so when it comes to hunting. It's highly likely they'll act brutally and deceptively in this defense battle. A cunning and dirty monster legion led by a purely powerful commander. That's the werewolves. Simply terrifying. Based on my in-game knowledge, I briefly briefed on the standard way to confront Lunard and his legion. Although it's a topic we'll continuously drill into, mentioning it on the day we saw the enemy leader's face would be more effective. That's it for now. We'll have another tactical meeting soon. Looking at the still pallid penal squad, I offered a gentle smile. Tonight, no more worries. Rest well. Coolin didn't respond, hanging his head low. I clapped. Okay. Disband. Go eat. Clean yourselves and sleep. Crossroad Barracks. The penal squad's quarters. Correja, who had been cooking with his left hand, relaxed his tense shoulders. My right hand has turned mummy-like, making household chores difficult. During the last defense battle, in the process of suppressing the mages, he had exerted his right hand, which activated the curse. As a result, just like his left leg, his right hand had become mummified. He had put on a facade of health to hide the truth from his younger brother, taking care of all the household chores. Thankfully, it seemed he hadn't been found out yet. How much longer can I keep this hidden? Correja glanced down at his right arm, concealed by a glove and long sleeve. No, hiding isn't the problem. How long could he live like this? Sooner or later, he'd have to keep exerting himself, and not just his right arm and left leg, but his entire body would be consumed by the curse. When we reclaim our homeland, we can break the curse that binds us. Just hang in there a little longer, brother. Suddenly, he remembered words his younger brother had told him the previous day. A bitter smile formed on Correja's lips. Homeland, indeed. Even if I were to return there now, this curse... Suddenly, noisy footsteps echoed outside the inn. Coolin and the penal squad members entered. Correja quickly adjusted his right sleeve and greeted his brothers with a calm smile. You're back? You worked hard today. Aha, yeah. Coolin avoided Correja's gaze and responded weakly. The other penal squad members also couldn't meet Correja's eyes as they shuffled in. Correja grew curious. What's going on? Everyone seems drained today. What happened? No, nothing. Nothing at all. Stammering, Coolin collapsed onto a bed without washing and stared blankly at the wall. The rest of the penal squad did the same. Correja, furrowing his brow, asked with concern, You're not hiding anything from me, are you, Coolin? No, brother. I'm just tired. Coolin, who had been staring at the wall, suddenly turned and inquired, Brother, the leaf fist technique you passed on to me. Yes? Something confusing about it? You said you learned it from our father. Yes. And he inherited it from our grandfather. Yes, it's a martial art passed down through our lineage. Is there something you don't understand? Should I give you some pointers? As he said this, Kureha realized Head made an error. If he offered to demonstrate the technique, his mummified right arm would undoubtedly be revealed. Fortunately, Kulin shook his head and buried himself under the covers. I'm just tired. Let me rest for a bit, brother. While it might seem comical for such a large, bear-like young man to act this way to outsiders, to Kureha, Kulin was still his younger, smaller brother. All right, I'll prepare some food. Eat when you're hungry. Kulin didn't respond. Kureha rose and proceeded to the kitchen to finish cooking. The rhythmic breathing of his large brother and the soft bubbling of the pot he was tending to filled the air. Both brothers had truths they kept from each other. Sometimes they believed keeping secrets was the best way to protect one another. Blissfully unaware that catastrophe was near, the peaceful evening wore on with just a few days left. That night, while everyone was resting, in the vacant training ground of the barracks, 3 individuals quietly met. It was Lucas, Evangeline, and Damien. I'm sorry for calling you when you must be tired. As Lucas turned to look at Evangeline and Damien, both shook their heads. No, it's fine, Sir Lucas. I actually wanted to gather everyone in the first place, Evangeline responded. And me too. I've been feeling restless, like I can't just sit still, Damien added. At their words, Lucas silently nodded in agreement. All 3 felt the same sensation. Enlightenment was right before their eyes. The next level of combat was within reach. But that level seemed elusive, appearing and disappearing like a mirage. Taking all our battle experiences, it feels like we are on the verge of crafting our unique combat strategy. But we can't seem to grasp its essence, Lucas said, clenching his empty hand. Evangeline hummed in agreement, same here. I feel like I'm just one step away. But taking that step seems so hard. Damien, blinking his round eyes, surveyed their surroundings. So, the reason we're all here today is? Yes, Lucas answered. On the ground of the training area, there were plenty of wooden practice weapons scattered about. Lucas kicked a wooden sword into the air and caught it, nodding. It's for sparring. Evangeline and I have done it often. Starting today, you'll join us, Damien. At this candid yet fierce suggestion from the martial knights, Damien chuckled wryly. Farsight and my weapon. I can't control my power output. Farsight automatically detects an opponent's weakness, and the gun didn't understand the concept of firing gently. There was a reason Damien hadn't been sparring up until now. But Damien, too, was fired up. Mastery of combat skills. Borrowing Ash's phrase, the ultimate move. He felt close to acquiring it. Maybe because he had faced formidable foes, he was eager to learn new techniques, his mouth going dry with anticipation. A sparring session among peers would surely help. Silently, Damien picked up a featherless arrow and a wooden bow from the ground. How do we spar? It's a free-for-all battle, 1v1v1. Either raise both hands in surrender or step out of the ring to admit defeat. The moment Damien grasped the bow, Lucas and Evangeline took their battle stances. Intense fighting spirit poured from the 2 knights, filling the training ground. We won't go easy on you, Damien. Honestly, Damien might be the strongest among us here, Evangeline mused. Staring blankly at the 2 knights genuinely challenging him, Damien gave a faint smile and knocked the featherless arrow onto his bow. Somehow, he felt recognized and was in high spirits. All right then, I won't hold back. Damien's eyes changed. A chilling white flash swept across his round, gentle brown eyes. Both Lucas and Evangeline swallowed nervously. Farsight. They had benefited from those eyes countless times, but facing them as opponents was overwhelmingly daunting. Intense tension flowed between the 3. They circled each other clockwise on the training ground, waiting for an opportunity. The moment it felt like one would show a weakness and the others would pounce. Sorry to interrupt the mood. Someone just killed the vibe. The tension broke, leaving 3 flustered individuals looking in the direction from which the voice had emanated. From the military quarters, a burly fighter emerged, looking somewhat sheepish. Mind if I join in? It was Kuilin. The Bandit King scratched his red hair awkwardly, admitting, I don't have insights like you guys. Just feeling a bit stifled. Thought a good brawl might clear my head. Lucas, who had been silently observing Kuilin, smirked. Gear up and come on up. We'll give you a proper beating. Kuilin, with a wide grin, hastily equipped his gauntlets and boots, ascending to the combat platform. The showdown between the four continued until dawn broke. Dawn. I exhaled a deep sigh, gazing at the gradually lightening blue sky. Phew! I'd gone to bed early in the evening, but with the upcoming defense battle on my mind, it was already almost sunrise. Can't sleep, maybe I should unbox. I took out 2 boxes from my inventory, placing them on the bed. 1 SSR grade box ID received as a reward from Stage 9, and an SR grade box from Stage 8. ID opened all the smaller boxes a while back, leaving these 2 precious ones untouched. I planned to open them when I felt lucky, whether it was dreaming of pigs, finding 2 yolks in a cracked egg, or seeing a bluebird. ID decided I'd unbox then. Who knew playing these gacha games would get someone so superstitious? But it's inevitable. In any case, no such lucky signs appeared, and the next stage was imminent. It was high time I unboxed these treasures. Without hesitation, I cracked both boxes open at once. If I'm doing this, I'm doing it right. Flash. From the opened boxes, a dazzling light burst forth. Couldn't help but shout. Did I score the jackpot? Chapter 246. Amazingly, shockingly, unbelievably, both boxes dropped complete equipment. I knew I could trust you, RNG gods. Indeed, the RNG gods and I have a great relationship. Later, I should set up an offering table and perhaps even perform a ritual. From the SSR tier box, an SSR tier equipment emerged, and from the SR tier box, an SR tier equipment. So refreshingly honest. Rewards. Dagger, Blink Knife, SSR.
Gauntle Arme d'Assaut, SR.
Firstly, I held the Blink Knife and whistled. My goodness, a teleporting dagger. As a weapon, it wasn't anything special. But the true value of this dagger was its special ability. After throwing the dagger, the user can teleport to its location. The cooldown was 5 turns, 15 minutes, which was quite long, but giving a character a teleport skill revealed its overpowered nature. The drawback was that its primary focus was on the teleporting function, hence its base performance was rather weak. Even an average R-tier dagger could deal more damage, and its durability was also low. But still, its teleportation ability alone made it worth equipping. But who should I give this to? No one uses a dagger. Should I give it to Eliza Serenade's escort? She always carries that sword coffin on her back and stashes all kinds of weapons in it. Plus, she seems to use daggers. Or maybe Verdandi. Verdandi, being an assassin class, would find it extremely useful and fitting. The problem was she's not under my command. She's a temporarily incorporated guest character. Maybe I need to think about this a little more. For now, I threw the dagger into my inventory and next up,
Signor Cir Gauntle, Arme d'Assaut.
It was usually abbreviated to AA in the game. AA stands for Armed Assault, but it's also an acronym for a regular basic attack, auto attack. Its name was fitting as a basic attack enhancement equipment. In terms of performance, it's straightforwardly powerful, adding fixed extra damage to regular attacks. The figure wasn't that high, but as you accumulated regular attacks, the fixed damage also accumulated. And since fighters inherently rely heavily on basic attacks. Furthermore, being SR tier, it's relatively easy to farm, and you can acquire multiple pieces. Most would equip their fighters with this. It's like a standard uniform equipment. Despite my lengthy explanation, there was only one person I had in mind for it. Kuilin, you. Just how many high-grade equipment pieces are you going to gobble up? Right hand equipped with Lucky Strike SSR, legs adorned with the Vampire Lord's boots SSR, auxiliary gear being the Vampire Lord's muffler SSR, and now the left hand with Armed Assault SR? He was decked out in gear more expensive than most main characters, and he still felt fragile. What a piece of work. I wonder if my investment is right. It felt like continually buying a stock plummeting down, thinking it's going to skyrocket someday. Anyway, most of my main party members are adequately equipped. Kulin is the only character to invest resources in at the moment. Please soar high, you little bandit king. Kulin is almost level 50. I can only hope he unlocks his ultimate skill and becomes super powerful soon. Please. After taking a short nap and waking up, it was just a little before noon. After taking a sip of cold water, he headed straight to the barracks. The reason was to hand over the newly acquired equipment to Kulin. When he mentioned meeting Kulin, Lucas, who had been appointed his escort, had an odd expression. What's the matter? No. It's just that we had a bit of training among ourselves last night. Huh? Last night? After the free exploration, you trained again. Yes. It was me, Evangeline, Damien, and Kulin. The four of us. Why does it feel like you all keep excluding me and sticking together? If this keeps up, it'll be hurt. Of course, I had no intention of joining them for late-night training. I hate sweating. It seemed that something was troubling Kulin's mind, so we gave him a good workout. Lucas murmured with a faint smirk on his face. He might not be able to get up today. What did you do to the kid, you devil? Upon arriving at the barracks, specifically the penal squad's quarters, it was indeed as Lucas had described. Ugh! Gah! The giant fighter was sprawled out on his bed, groaning in pain. Unbelievable. What have you done to the poor, muscular kid? When the body is tired, mental troubles fly away. We made sure his body was too tired for any worries. Kulin should be grateful to us. Lucas blurted out with audacity. You always sound so macho in these situations. Don't you? Ah, Your Highness. Then, a slender man with a limp in his walk emerged from the quarters. He had the same reddish hair and ponytail style as Kulin. Was he Kulin's older brother? Oh, and your name was? It's Kureha, Your Highness. Kureha, smiling, gestured towards Kulin. My younger brother trained all night at the practice field and has been groaning ever since. I'm sorry, but he might be like this all day. It can't be helped. Can you deliver this for me? I handed the newly acquired gauntlet to Kureha. It's a new gauntlet. Tell him to wear the lucky strike on his right hand, and this on his left. Understood, Your Highness. And the other piece. Naturally, gauntlets come in pairs, but since Kulin wears different equipment on each side, one side was always left over. Tell him to keep it as a spare like the lucky strike. He might need to replace it sometime. Understood. Carefully placing the equipment on the table, Kureha asked with a smile, How about it? After such a long journey, would you like to have a meal? Looking inside the quarters, I saw a mountain of food being prepared. The smell reminded me of visiting my grandmother's house during holidays. Why are they preparing so much food for lunch? They must be generous. You have to eat well to take care of the city, right? You're so thin. Im Sin. Yes, you're all skin and bones. I was a little touched by Kureha's words. Just a few days ago at the hot spring, I was told I had the most body fat. Even during my broadcasting days, whenever I turned the camera on while eating, viewers always told me to diet. And now, someone's calling me thin. Seeing my reaction, Kureha suddenly looked surprised and waved his hands in dismay. I'm sorry. If someone's younger than me, they feel like my brother. I tend to look out for them without realizing. I was treated like a son by Damien, but here I was being treated like a younger brother by this person. Having no brothers on Earth, I didn't really mind. Giving a reassuring wave of my hand, I turned to Lucas and nodded. How about I treat you to lunch then? Lucas energetically nodded in agreement. Was he just hungry? Kulin was resting, and I didn't want to disturb him, so I moved to the public kitchen right next to the lodging. Ha! Your Highness! The passing soldiers were taken aback when they saw me, but I just waved at them. Go eat and get back to work, guys. Please eat a lot. This is our tribe's traditional dish. Kureha served dish after dish. It was an exotic nomadic style of cuisine, reminiscent of Mongolian food on Earth. Given the lavish spread, one might think it was a feast, but surprisingly, he said that he normally feeds his brother this much. My brother is a bit small and thin, isn't he? I made sure he ate well. Small and thin? Kuilin? It sounded nonsensical, but I let it slide. People on the front lines always seem to have a screw loose somewhere. Lucas ate heartily. He seemed very hungry after the training he had done yesterday. As we continued our meal and chatted about various things, the events from yesterday's exploration also came up. I see, so that happened. Upon hearing about the encounter with the Wolf King Lunard, Correa's expression grew stern. There was a rumor that the werewolf monster might be an ancestor to the brothers Kuilin and Correa. I thought about keeping it a secret, but since Correa was almost directly involved, I decided to tell him. Kuilin knows now. It seemed Correa already knew. You knew? Yes. Correa gave a bitter smile and glanced at his right arm. That blood is a curse that's been passed down in our tribe. A curse? I had kept it hidden from my brother. I wasn't sure when or how to tell him, but now he knows this way. Correa, pausing his meal, looked up and started to speak. Your Highness, after the fall of the mixed-race nations, do you know how the mixed-race people have been living? I put down my utensils uneasily. 100 years ago, there was a war between the mixed race and the humans. The humans won. And then the mixed race became slaves to humans. That's all I knew. The 4 major mixed races: dwarves, elves, mermaids, and werbeasts. Correa explained what happened to each of them. The dwarves chose to integrate into human society. Their skills were incredibly useful, thanks to their active interaction and sharing of their technology. Even after the fall of their nation, the dwarves are still well respected. Now I understood why, the moment Kelly Bay stepped into the blacksmiths, all the blacksmiths were so excited. That was the reason. The elves still have their nation, but they are trapped in an autonomous region, slowly withering away. The faces of the Shadow Squad, who had been conscripted from the elf autonomous region and used as expendable soldiers, flashed in my mind. They must be having a hard time as well. Mermaids. They fled beyond the Eastern Sea, searching for a new habitat where they could live. Mermaids, who could live in the sea rather than on land, abandoned this continent. All that remained were the hybrid descendants of them and humans. The blue locks of Serenade, mixed with mermaid blood, briefly came to mind. I miss her a bit. Last but not least, our tribe of beastmen originally lived divided by tribes. Even though we were lumped together as one species, the god each tribe worshipped was different, and the inherited blood varied. It was the same in the game. Lions, bears, tigers. It was very diverse. Back then, I thought maybe the game developers had some weird furry preferences. But this world was originally designed this way. After our defeat in the war, some tribes were either completely suppressed or annihilated. However, our Leaf tribe did not suffer significant damage in the war and was able to retain our full strength. Correa spoke calmly. Our tribe's homeland was on the outskirts of the empire, so other human nations did not particularly try to infringe upon us. Thus, our tribe could live in relative peace. But how did you end up becoming bandits roaming around? It might have been a painful question, but it felt necessary to ask. At this, a bitter smile deepened on Correa's lips. Over the past 100 years, the Everblack Empire continually expanded its territory, and finally the border reached our tribe's land. I swallowed hard. Damn Empire. This damn Emperor Father. The root of all evil. So, our nation was the one to annihilate your tribe? My younger brother and the survivors of our tribe believe so. That's why they've despised the Empire, living as bandits and relentlessly fighting against the Imperial Army. Correa looked up at me directly. But it wasn't. Then, I was the one who destroyed our tribe. Huh? Caught off guard by the sudden confession, I blinked in disbelief. What did he just say? Correa looked down at his right hand and reaffirmed slowly. It was I who brought about our tribe's destruction. I will tell you everything honestly. I believe you will trust my brother regardless of our bloodline. Kureha, reminiscing for the sake of sharing his story, offered me a bright smile. Your Highness, if you had to kill someone to save another. I suddenly felt chills. How many would you be willing to kill? In that instant, his face overlapped with that of a werewolf's. Chapter 247. Over a decade ago, in the south-central part of the continent, near the Great Forest, within the woods of the Empire. Thwack! Thud dash! Kureha's lightning-fast punch from the tree above found its mark on an Imperial soldier's armor. Gah! Ah! The dents in the armor made the soldiers cry out in pain, throwing them backward. With his red ponytail spinning as he landed gracefully, Kureha swiftly hopped onto a branch and sprinted up the tree. The Imperial soldiers, in desperation, aimed their spears toward the tree, but Kureha was already out of sight. Why are you just standing there taking hits? Aren't you on guard? But he's so fast, and there are so many of them. Crash! Bang! It wasn't just Kureha. Other warriors from the Beastmen tribe were launching surprise attacks from the trees. Caught off guard by the sudden assault of these unknown Beastmen warriors, the Imperial soldiers began to fall one by one. Eventually, retreat! Fall back! Unable to hold their ground, the Imperial commander shouted, and the soldiers turned tail and ran as if they had been waiting for the order. Watching the retreating Imperial soldiers, the Beastmen warriors began to descend from the trees. Catching their ragged breaths, the warriors exchanged high-fives soon after. We won! We repelled them again! Despite their victory, the warriors' expressions were far from jubilant. The Imperial army, with their overwhelming numbers, relentlessly advanced, undeterred by their losses. In contrast, the Beastmen warriors were limited in number, and their ranks were slowly being whittled down. Though they had a favorable kill ratio in these forest battles, their front lines were steadily being pushed back. They were close to fighting with their tribe's village as the backdrop. You all fought hard. We won today, Commander Kureha announced in a deliberately cheerful voice. Check for the injured and fallen. Let's head back to the village. Upon their return to the village, the Beastmen residents greeted the warriors with cheers and applause. Commander Kureha, in particular, was extremely popular. The villagers chanted his name in unison. Kureha! Kureha! The miraculous Kureha! The undefeated warrior! The Imperial army is no match for our warriors. Kureha, with a tired face, waved appreciatively to the cheering crowd. Since his first battle at 18, Kureha had never tasted defeat. He either won or at the very least achieved a stalemate, always bringing his comrades back alive. Hence, he earned his nickname, the miraculous Kureha, the undefeated warrior protecting the tribe. You're still quite the celebrity, Kureha, but given your record, it's almost legendary. Among the villagers, his mother greeted him with a proud and warm smile. After a light embrace with his mother, Kureha chuckled. It's all luck. Oh, my dear, it's not luck. It's your skill. It's not a joke. I really am lucky. I have this incredible talisman. Kureha glanced at the crude necklace around his neck. It was a necklace made from a coin of an ancient kingdom, no longer in circulation. My younger brother, Kuelin, is watching over me. Kuelin was the name of his younger brother who had tragically passed away in an accident during their childhood. The necklace had once belonged to Kuelin, a cherished memento their mother had draped around Kureha's neck. His mother always reminded Kureha, Kuelin watches over you. Never forget the name of the brother who protects you. Kureha couldn't even remember Kuelin's face, but every time fortune favored him on the battlefield, he believed it was due to the luck bestowed upon him by his brother. Watching her son with a silent gaze, his mother cracked a gentle smile. You've been through a lot. Let's go home now. His father has been looking for you. The village chief, the martial arts master for the village warriors, and the village's primary shaman, that was his father. He waited for his son at the chief's mansion. I'm back, his father. Despite his son's safe return, his father didn't offer a smile. However, The softness in his usually stern eyes conveyed everything. He was proud of his son's victory. Any injuries? None. Him as usual, perfectly fine. And the other warriors? 8 are injured, and 5 are dead. How far did they advance? They set up camp next to the oak tree in the middle of the forest. Kureha urgently interjected. We can't hold out much longer, his father. Like I mentioned before, why not propose a truce? We've proven our military strength, so the Empire will surely negotiate. Ridiculous, his father shouted vehemently. If we do that, we're just paving the way to become their slaves. Haven't you seen how other tribes fell? But, father, the warriors are exhausted, and we have no front lines left. At this rate, within weeks, we'll be battling with the tribe's stakes on the line. As the field commander, Kureha was aware, but so was his father, who, as the village chief, had an overview of the entire situation. The villagers were growing tired, and the village resources were depleting. Defeat seemed imminent. There's still a way. Yet, his father wasn't ready to give up. Kureha, come to the leaf altar tonight. Excuse me? I will pass on to you the final technique of our lineage, the secret art of the leaf fist. Hearing this, Kureha's eyes widened in shock. The leaf fist was a martial art technique passed down through generations in their tribe. While his father had taught him its intricacies, he had withheld the ultimate technique, deeming it too dangerous. But now he was promising to reveal it tonight. Kureha felt a mix of sorrow for their tribe's desperate situation and excitement. The next step in the martial art that he had dedicated his life to mastering was within reach. And now he could finally grasp it. At the heart of the tribe's land stood a majestic Chinese maple tree. It was a magnificent specimen, easily centuries old. With autumn approaching, its leaves began to take on a reddish hue from the tips. Just looking up at the grandeur of this tree, which symbolized their tribe, evoked a sense of awe. The name of the tribe, the Leaf Wolf, and the name of the martial art used by the tribe, the Leaf Fist, both derived from this tree. TL note. So, this is a bit complicated. The tree he's referring to is the Chinese maple tree. They are iconic, especially in wuxia's type novels. I considered naming it the Maple Leaf Wolf, but decided against it since the maple leaf is the symbol of Canada, so it sounded weird. As such, it will be just the Leaf Tribe. Kureha slowly approached the altar before that tree. The full moon soared in the pitch-black night sky, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime due to its intense brightness. His father was waiting for Kureha in front of the altar, accompanied by warriors from other tribes. While the warriors waited beside the altar, his father led Kureha to the front of the tree. Kureha. Yes, father. You're aware that our tribe belongs to the Beastmen, carrying the bloodline of the Wolf clan? Yes, but unlike other tribes, our lineage is heavily mixed with human blood. You said that most of our beastly traits have faded. Other beastmen might have fur, fangs, and claws like wild beasts, or ears perked up like animals. But the Leaf Wolf tribe was almost indistinguishable from regular humans. Aside from a slightly enhanced physical ability and their distinctive red hair, they hardly had any traits to suggest they were descendants of the Beastmen. His father, standing in front of the massive trunk of the maple leaf tree, let out a soft sigh. The truth is, it isn't so. Pardon. Our tribe carried the bloodline of our ancestors more potently than any other Beastman tribe. His father's large fist clenched tightly, like a hammer. The blood of the wolf, a tribe obsessed with warfare and bloodshed, a belligerent clan. In an attempt to mitigate this wild nature, our ancestors intermingled with humans to dilute the wolf's blood. But it was futile. No, it intensified. The urge for battle became nearly pathological. His father slowly looked up at the sky, where the luminous full moon shone. By the time of your great-grandfather, on nights as brightly moonlit as this, their blood would boil. They'd become so frenzied that they'd kill each other. It wasn't the blood of our ancestors anymore. It was a curse. Kureha held his breath, hearing this story for the first time. His father continued. The most esteemed shaman in our tribe's history, your great-grandfather, pondered a solution. And he found one. What was the solution? A sacrificial lamb. Kureha's shoulders jolted at the unexpected revelation. His father continued. From the tribe, they'd select one innocent child, channeling the tribe's entire curse, the latent wild nature in the blood of the ancestors, into that child. Just a moment. As the wild nature was suppressed, we finally lived as full humans. No longer driven mad by the moonlight, no longer killing each other. Wait, father, Kureha asked desperately. What happened to that child? What became of that child? Carrying the tribe's entire wild nature, the curse, they would live their entire life as a monster. With his usual emotionless, rigid tone, his father reached forward. Upon their death, the next child is chosen. One per generation, a vessel to carry on the curse. His father's hand felt around the trunk of the maple tree, finding a groove and sliding it to the side, with a resonant thud. Then, a small door leading into the massive tree opened. At the sight, one he had never witnessed before, Kureha's mouth dropped open in amazement. Leading the way, his father stepped inside the maple leaf tree. And the child who turned into a monster will remain here until he dies, unseen by any tribe member and under the supervision of the village's head shaman. Inside the hollow trunk of the maple leaf tree, there was just enough space for a single person. And within that space, a young boy was bound by chains around his neck, arms, and legs. With wild, scattered red hair, his body was emaciated, resembling a mummy, barely skin and bones, and sprouting all over his body were tufts of hair resembling that of a wolf. The boy, collapsed on the floor, paid no attention to anyone, his hazy eyes just staring blankly into space. This child is the cursed one, his father said to Kureha, who was staring at the boy in horror. It's Kuilin. Excuse me? Kuilin? Kureha's hands trembled uncontrollably. This child is my brother. Yes. We had to let others believe so. His father's voice was, as always, even-tempered. The ritual of transferring the curse from one vessel to another had to be conducted in secret. We couldn't use another's child, so I had to choose between my two sons for the next vessel. Then why was Kuilin chosen over me? Kureha, gazing down at his younger brother's parched lips that resembled drought-ridden soil, asked roughly. Why not me? Was there a reason? You always say it yourself. His father pointed to Kureha's chest. You have good luck. Kureha, taken aback, looked down. Hanging from his neck was an ancient coin from the Old Kingdom. Kureha's eyes widened in shock. You can't mean. Yes. His father nodded slowly. I flipped the coin. It landed tails, and your brother was chosen as the vessel. That's all there is to it. Kureha gritted his teeth. A coin toss. Such a trivial gamble had determined the fates of two brothers. Due to good luck, Kureha lived, and due to bad luck, Kuilin died. One became the tribe's greatest warrior and a hero, and the other became a monster, his very existence erased. How could you do this? Kneeling before the withered Kuilin, Kureha trembled violently. How could you commit such a heinous act, father? It was so that we could live as humans. His father murmured, eyes on his two sons. If only one person becomes a monster in the tribe, then everyone else can live as humans. Kureha clenched his teeth, turning around. In the cold moonlight filtering into the wooden chamber, his father stood, as unyielding as ever. On the face of a man who had willingly borne the weight of centuries of tribal history and the lives of thousands of tribe members. If only one person suffers, everyone else can find happiness. There was not a hint of guilt. That's all there is to it. Chapter 248. The moon is bright tonight, Kureha's father muttered, gazing up at the sky. It's a perfect night for the wolves to go mad. What are you planning to do? Kureha, his shoulders tense with anxiety, asked desperately. Why did you bring me here tonight? Tonight, this boy will be sent to the Imperial Army camp. Pointing to Kuolin, who lay on the ground, his father took deliberate steps towards him. He carries the curse of the entire tribe. If awakened as a wolf and exposed to a full moon like tonight, he becomes a formidable monster. This boy will slaughter the Imperial Army for the rest of his life. And after that, he'll die. His father's voice was incredibly matter-of-fact. Whether the Imperial Army defeats him after his rampage as a monster or he collapses unable to bear the manifested curse, he will eventually die. What? The curse that leaves his body will be absorbed here, on this altar, into this maple leaf tree, which serves both as the tribe's guardian and the nexus of our sorcery. Then we'll kidnap the next vessel and contain the curse again. Kureha demanded fiercely, you plan to use a child, who spends his life bearing this curse, as a weapon? Isn't it enough that we turned him into a monster so we could live as humans? Now you want him to sacrifice even that life for us? Without a word, his father drew a dagger from his robes. Kureha cried out, please reconsider, father. This isn't something a human should do. This boy is not only your brother, but also my son. He spat out in a stern voice. Do you think it doesn't tear my heart apart? As he began to chant a spell, he pricked Kuolin's forehead with the dagger. At that moment, the branches of the maple leaf tree writhed and stretched out like tentacles, embedding themselves into Kuolin's body with a loud thud. Dark blood oozed from the wound on his forehead, staining his face. Blood pooled around his body, pinned by the tree's branches. Yet Kuolin did not move. However, when his father exposed the wound to the moonlight, Erherk, Kuolin convulsed in agony. Red wolf fur sprouted all over the boy's body, exposed to the moonlight. His mouth elongated like that of a wolf, and his eyes shone wildly. Horrifying sounds emanated from his bones as the boy's frame expanded. But, chained down, Kuolin couldn't resist even as he writhed. By the time the father's dagger had carved a distinct X-shaped scar on Kuolin's forehead, the boy had transformed into a massive monster. With grotesquely grown claws, hideous fangs that wouldn't fit together, and red fur all over, a wolf monster bearing the curse of the entire tribe. Kureha, overwhelmed by the sight, Kureha watched as his father turned to him and commanded, take him. Release this monster in the Imperial Army camp and return. Gritting his teeth, Kureha shook his head. I can't. You must. I want. You fool. In fury, his father roared at him. You must lead our tribe in the future. Will you be shaken just by the life of a mere younger brother? For the sake of one pitiable life, will you disregard the thousands of lives you must bear? Kureha, can't you discern what's more important? Father growled like a wolf. To protect the many, you must know when to sacrifice the few with tears in your eyes. That is what it means to be a leader. If that's the form of sacrifice, I can never be a leader. Kureha slowly clenched his fist and assumed a combat stance. I can't let this child, my younger brother, die. I will stop you, father. Rage flashed in his father's eyes. Are you saying you'd abandon our tribe, our clan? Everyone in the clan is relying solely on you. This way is wrong, father. You know it yourself. As Kureha stood unwavering, his father brought his hand to his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. Oi! From the still open door, warriors who had been waiting outside the altar flooded in. All of them could be considered as directly under the chief's command. Father coldly spat out. Warrior Kureha has rebelled against me, the tribe's chief and the head shaman. Subdue him. Yes. The space was too tight and their numbers were too many. Realizing his resistance was futile, Kureha slowly relaxed his combat stance. The warriors immediately subdued him, forcing him to his knees. His father, after briefly glancing at the gritting Kureha, commanded the warriors. As we discussed beforehand, take the monster and release it into the Empire's camp. Yes. All the warriors except the two holding Kureha dragged Kuolin, who had turned into a monster, outside with chains. Watching this, Kureha hung his head. His father let out a long sigh. Cool your head and think rationally, Kureha. You are destined to rule our tribe. Without this sacrificial system, our tribe would fall apart. Kureha remained silent. With a heavy tone, his father changed the subject. I said I'd bestow upon you the fifth technique of the leaf fist. Do you know why I didn't teach it to you until now? The final technique of the leaf fist can't be executed by a human body. It requires embracing the wild nature, the ancestral curse that runs in our blood. That's why it was sealed. His father then took out an old book from his pocket. This fifth technique is called Wind Wolf of the Broken Heart. They say it can shatter even the unseen heart. Well, there might be some exaggeration. Whoosh! The book his father tossed landed in front of Kureha's knees. Take it. It's a manual containing the core teachings of the leaf fist, including the fifth technique. It has been passed down to the leader of our tribe for generations. Slowly, Kureha reached out and took the worn book. It's also a symbol of proving continuity of the tribe's lineage. A technique that's passed down but unusable. Then what's the point of such a thing? Once this war is over, succeed me as the chief, Kureha. Lead our tribe. If anyone can do it, it's you. That's how Kureha interpreted his father's words. After your brother dies today, find another sacrifice. Place the curse of the entire tribe upon them and transform them into a monster. In order for the rest to live as humans, create a scapegoat and raise them here. To this dreadful peace that has been passed down through generations, you too should contribute. I refuse, father. Huffing, Kureha steadied his breathing. The other warriors had left with his younger brother, leaving only two warriors and his father in the room. Whack! Thud! Like a bolt of lightning, Kureha swung his fists and elbows, striking the jaws of the two warriors who had been pinning him down by his shoulders. The two warriors fell, vomiting blood, unable to even scream in pain. His father's face twisted in rage. Shaking off his fists, Kureha declared, I'm going to save Kuilin. You fool! Can't you see? Your brother can't be saved. He's already a monster. Is it you, father, who still doesn't understand? Lowering his stance, Kureha raised his fists. The real monster here is you. Insolent child dash. As his enraged father unleashed a spell, the branches of a maple leaf tree surged like tentacles, attacking from all sides. Kuilin, transformed into a massive wolf, was surprisingly docile. Chained from head to toe, he moved as the warriors directed, not resisting in any way. But because his appearance was so grotesque and intimidating, the warriors never let their guards down as they escorted him. It was when they reached the village boundary, the outer gate encircled by wooden fences. Swoosh! From above, Kureha descended, his fists and feet lashing out. The warriors, who had been wholly focused on the wolf, were caught off guard and had to endure the surprise attack. Bang! Thud! Ugh!
Kureha.
What is happening? Having swiftly taken down three warriors, Kureha, even covered in blood from his confrontation with his father, exuded an aura of dominance that made the remaining warriors instinctively gulp. He spoke in a low voice. Release him. They'll take him back. Don't be ridiculous. Kureha, it's the order of your father, the village chief and tribe leader. You don't have the authority to overrule that command. If I don't have the authority, then I'll take him by force. With power channeled into his feet, Kureha lunged forward. This tragic cycle ends with me. Give me back my brother. Battle ensued. Kureha might have been the tribe's most formidable warrior, but the tribe's warriors were also battle-hardened elites. The fight was intense. Both parties tried not to harm each other seriously, being longtime comrades, but as the fight escalated, the attacks became fiercer. The swing of Kureha's fists and the tips of the warriors' blades became increasingly more threatening. At one point, clang, one of the warriors swung his blade, which Kureha narrowly dodged. The blade hit the chains binding the wolf monster. Sparks flew and the chains snapped. Everyone turned, eyes wide in surprise. Huh? The monster, Kuilin, blinked, staring at the broken chains. And so the monster twisted its body, as if stretching after a long slumber. Suddenly, clang, crash, the chains that had bound it shrieked in protest, falling away all at once. The creature had never truly been contained by mere chains. It had merely tolerated its confinement, growling. With newfound freedom, the monster flexed its limbs, looking almost intrigued by its own movement. Witnessing such a creature, both the warriors and Kureha couldn't help but swallow hard. Then, whoosh, the monster moved with a speed that seemed impossible given its massive form. In the blink of an eye, it stood before Kureha. He was paralyzed, simply staring up at the creature in shock. Slowly, the creature reached out, its hand nearing Kureha's neck. He braced for the end, believing those massive claws would tear into him. But they didn't. Instead, the monster gently touched the coin necklace around Kureha's neck with the tip of its claw, then opened its grotesque maw to utter something in an unintelligible tongue. Despite its garbled pronunciation, Kureha understood. Toss, huh? Kureha's eyes widened in shock. Could it be? Did this creature remember a coin toss from a distant childhood? The eyes of the wolf-like creature were innocently curious, much like any young boy's. Kuolin, is that? As Kureha reached out to the creature using its name, Kureha! It's dangerous! Warriors with swords drawn charged in. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the massive creature was about to rip Kureha apart. Only moments before, they had been in a standoff, but to these tribesmen, Kureha was a hero, the chieftain's son, and a comrade against the Empire's forces. They raised their weapons, ready to save Kureha. Kureha screamed, "No, this child is Kuolin." Thud. But they didn't heed her plea. The charging warriors drove their blades into the creature's back and sides. It writhed, letting out a harrowing scream. Ewa! Blood spurted from its wounds like a geyser. Droplets of the creature's hot, sticky blood splattered onto the warriors' faces, bringing with it a foul stench. Wiping the blood from their eyes, noses, and mouths, the warriors stepped back in disgust. What the hell is this? Damn it! I got some in my mouth. Huh! One of the warriors, wiping away the blood, paused in confusion. Another warrior, untouched by the blood, asked anxiously, "Hey, are you okay? What's wrong?" The moon. With blood still dripping from his face, the affected warrior gazed at the sky, entranced. Has the moon always been this big? What? It's too bright. I can't open my eyes. Crack, snap. The warrior's bones began to twist and contort. His spine arched, jaw unhinged, limbs snapped, claws grew, and he was soon covered in fur. All the warriors who had been splattered with the creature's blood began to transform. The other warriors, witnessing this horror, dropped their weapons and fell to their knees. Wah! What's happening? Kureha, too, stared at this madness and stepped back, muttering, "Could it be?" Upon ingesting or being splashed with the monster's blood, the ancestral curse embedded within it was triggered. The dormant wolf's blood within the tribe's warriors was awakened. Hell! Under the shining full moon, the warriors, now transformed into werewolves, let out a unified, terrifying roar. Chapter 249. Warriors transformed into werewolves, howling eerily, their eyes scattering a blood-red glow. Perhaps on any other day, even with the curse manifesting, they might have retained their sanity. But tonight was a full moon. The sky was illuminated by the fullness of the moon. Sanity was lost, replaced by sheer wildness. The werewolves drooled from their mouths, their eyes darting in search of prey. Under the grip of such wildness, they needed to hunt. Naturally, their targets were their kin who still retained human forms. Thud. Thump. Arg. Stop. Please, come to your senses. Ah! The sharp claws of the werewolves sliced through armor, and their enormous fangs dug into flesh. The fate of the warriors yet to transform was twofold. Either be brutally slaughtered by those who were once allies or shiver, shudder, Ah, become one of them. Those who didn't perish from the first blow were all turned into werewolves. After a momentary violent gust, only fallen humans and bipedal wolves remained. Gasp, gasping, growling. The now vicious-looking werewolves divided into two groups. One group began moving towards a village abundant with prey. They began by walking on two legs, but soon they started galloping like beasts on all fours. We need to stop them. Kureha, who intended to chase after them, was blocked by another group of werewolves. Their eyes locked onto the last human in the vicinity, drooling with anticipation. Kureha clenched his fists, ready to fight. Swoosh! Kulin stood in front of Kureha. A werewolf monster, bigger than any other, positioned itself protectively in front of Kureha. Kureha, startled, looked up at him. Though bleeding from his wounds, Kulin whispered, "Hey! Fine." Kureha, his fist clenched tightly, stared ahead. "Help me, Kulin. We have to stop them." In the distance, the group of werewolves running towards the village was visible. They must be stopped. If they reach the village, who knows what disaster will unfold? Kureha, with a powerful stride, charged towards the werewolves in front of him. Kulin, seemingly unsure at first, clumsily followed him with his massive form. The werewolves' claws were as sharp as blades, and their limbs exuded monstrous strength. However, their attacks were merely wild swings led by instinct. One hit could be fatal, but if I can dodge... Kureha narrowly dodged the werewolves' attacks and retaliated by smashing their jaws with his fists. Kulin, too, swung his arms awkwardly, catching and smashing the werewolves into the ground one by one. The stand against the werewolves was over in a flash. Without pausing, Kureha sprinted onward. The ones heading towards the village had gotten significantly farther. Too far. At this rate, I can't stop them. Then it happened. Whoosh! Kulin grabbed Kureha by the waist, pulling him to his side, and with a giant leap, they began covering several meters in a single bound. In no time, they were closing in on the werewolves. Kureha wanted to thank his younger brother, but there was no time. The village was just ahead. Kureha, propelled forward by pushing off from Kulin's arm, leapt, landing firmly on the back of a running werewolf. He wrapped both arms around its neck and snapped it. Thud! The desperate werewolf crumpled, and using its body as leverage, Kureha lunged forward again. Over there, Kulin was seen smacking down two other werewolves. 3 more to go. There were 3 werewolves ahead of Kureha. Drawing from all her strength, Kureha caught up with the closest werewolf and tripped it. With the creature's momentum, it tumbled headfirst into the ground, the sound of its neck breaking eerily echoing around. 2. The next one sensed Kureha's presence and charged at him. The wolf's sharp claws swiped the air. Kureha dodged and counterattacked, striking its jaw and side with a fierce punch. A short yet intense clash ensued, and the victor was Kureha. The werewolf, with Kureha's fist embedded from its forehead to its nose, spat blood and fell. Last one. Hope flashed across Kureha's face. If she took down the last one, there would be no more casualties. Kureha looked straight ahead to spot the last werewolf. But then, whoosh dash! The last werewolf rushed madly into the village square, attacking the townsfolk who were warming themselves by a fire and chatting. Blood and flesh scattered. The screams and cries of the attacked villagers pierced the night. No, Kureha gasped. It was too late. Within seconds, around 10 villagers had been brutally attacked by the werewolf's swift onslaught, their blood painting the ground. And then, mere moments later, they began to rise. Slowly, unsteadily, they howled. Twisting bones and beastly roars signified the awakening of a curse deeply embedded in their lineage. Under the full moon, the newly transformed werewolves roared and dashed deeper into the village. In the tavern beside the square, by the river's forge, in the central marketplace, in the blacksmith and fields and general store, those who had been working late were attacked. Then, those who were soundly asleep had their turn. As werewolves surged like a tidal wave into the residential areas, There were screams, shouts, sounds of fighting, and the unmistakable sounds of transformation. Kureha, overwhelmed, sat down, taking in the scene. A fire had broken out somewhere during the chaos, slowly spreading throughout the village. Just like that wildfire, the beastly transformation spread. Under the brightly lit night sky, the village was ablaze, and its inhabitants transformed into wolves. It all happened in the blink of an eye. As Kureha gazed distantly at the scene, a raging voice echoed in his ears. "It's your fault." Turning, he found his father. With broken ribs from being previously subdued by Kureha, he gasped for air and shouted, "You, our village, our people, look what you've done." Right? Does it feel good now? Huh? Because of that damned sense of justice, you've brought your homeland to this state. Does it feel good now? With trembling hands, his father raised his staff, pointing at Kulen, who stood next to Kureha. That mere monster. What about that mere monster? Kulen was collapsed on his side. Before they knew it, the younger brother's form wasn't that of a massive monster anymore, but shrunk down to that of an ordinary boy. From the heavily coughing Kulen's body, blood continuously flowed out like a black fog. As the people in the tribe began to reclaim their curse, transforming into werewolves, the tribe's curse that had been sealed within Kulen was being released. Cough, 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 cough. Kureha just stared blankly at his writhing younger brother. "You ruined it. Our tribe's fate. You've ended it. Damned be, all of us. Well be cursed." Thud. Suddenly, as his father was spitting out words of curse, he swayed and collapsed. Behind him stood a familiar silhouette. Kureha mumbled in shock. "Mother?" It was Kureha's mother. However, she looked different. She had taken the form of a wolf. Yet, unlike other werewolves, she was dressed in official attire, holding a staff in her hand. "I knew a day like this would come. I was always prepared. Although I'm not as strong as your father, I'm still a shaman." With a wolf's face, his mother gave a bitter smile. "Since the day your father took your brother away, I've been waiting for the day he'd be freed. Your father just wanted to protect the tribe. Don't resent him too much." The mother, with the gentle voice of a wolf, lay the unconscious father flat on the ground. "You did what you had to do. Don't blame yourself too much." "Mother, that form." "Yes. When it's full moon, I become a wolf, and when it's a new moon, I become human. It's our tribe's true form. If only the day of liberation wasn't a full moon, today's tragedy would not have occurred." The mother slowly looked up at the moon. Eventually, this was bound to happen. All of us living as our true selves. It's not your fault. We were born this way, after all. Approaching, his mother slowly knelt beside the fallen Kulen. "My poor second son. He's about to die." Kulen? The entire tribe's curse that he held onto his whole life is now manifesting and escaping. It must have been a tremendous burden. Kulen was wheezing, breathing rapidly. Kureha clenched his teeth, looking intently at the face of his dying younger brother. Soon all the curses will be emptied, but his share of the curse will remain. His weakened body won't be able to endure it. "Mother!" After a moment of hesitation, Kureha cautiously spoke up. "I will become the new vessel." "What?" "Transfer Kulen's curse to me." "This magic doesn't work that way. It's impossible to extract an individual curse. If you try, you have to take in the curse of the entire tribe. Then give it all to me." The mother gazed blankly at her eldest son and then chuckled softly. "At this point, with everything already over, you want to take on the curse again? What could possibly be the meaning behind such an act? This child has suffered as much as all of us combined in his lifetime." Kureha gently brushed his fallen brother's forehead with his hand. An X-shaped scar, still reddened, marred the skin there. "He deserves to be just as happy, doesn't he? That's only fair. Even if it's just until this child can bear his own curse, I'll take it upon myself in his stead." Observing her two sons, the mother smiled sorrowfully. At the maple leaf tree altar, a ritual to recontain the curse was conducted. As the branches of the maple leaf tree radiated an ominous light, the curses once again began to seep out of the werewolves that had rampaged throughout the burning village. The villagers, returning to their human forms, collapsed, covered in blood. Kureha absorbed the dark, tainted blood of his ancestors into his very being, taking in even the curse his brother held. Although Kureha's body was robust, the pain was beyond imagination. Feeling as though his soul was being torn to shreds, he gritted his teeth and persevered. His younger brother, Kuelin, had borne much more of the curse with a far weaker body. Kureha thought to himself that if he couldn't endure this much, he'd be failing as an elder brother. Once the ritual concluded, Kuelin's face appeared much more tranquil. His mother, clutching her staff, spoke in her human voice. Having been a vessel for the curse all his life, your brother's spirit core is steeped in it. He will likely remain frail for the remainder of his days. Struggling to his feet, Kureha gave a weak smile. I'll take good care of him. And you should choose. Choose wisely. Choose what? How the curse manifests. The tip of the mother's staff lightly poked Kureha's chest. With my magic, I've sealed the curse deep within you. However, if you sustain a severe injury or exert yourself too much, the curse will try to resurface. And what will happen then? Normally, you'd turn into a werewolf monster, but with my magic suppressing it, you won't transform. Instead, you won't be able to use that part of your body. Which would you prefer? He didn't need long to decide. I'd rather lose the use of a body part. If I became a werewolf monster, I might hurt Kuelin. Very well. Watching her son willingly embrace his torment, the mother turned her gaze away, conflicted. The Empire's forces are coming. Beyond the burnt wooden barriers of the village, the sight of the Empire's troops marching orderly was visible. They had lost their warriors and now, they had lost what they were protecting. The Leaf Tribe's end was near. Go, Kureha. Don't look back, just leave. I'll handle things here. Staring blankly at the approaching enemy, the mother said to Kureha, You're his elder brother. Teach Kuelin the joys of living as a human. With immense pain coursing through him, Kureha cradled Kuelin. His brother, reduced to skin and bones, felt shockingly light. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the enemy's footsteps grew closer. The booming voice of the Empire's commander echoed through the air. The brilliant shine of war badges and the spreading flames of magic, leaving their burning hometown behind. His mother whispered softly to her two departing sons, I'm sorry for being such a wretched parent. Without looking back, Kureha too whispered, I'm sorry for being a terrible child. Holding his younger brother and staggering forward, Kureha couldn't be sure. Had his choice been the right one? Had leaving his hometown, his tribe, and his parents all behind been worth it? His mind was in turmoil. The curse inside him stirred like a pest, fueling his confusion. His entire value system was tangled up. What was I even fighting for? That's when it happened. Cough, cough, cough. Kuelin, nestled in his arms, coughed dryly and opened his eyes. Kureha gave him a weary smile and looked down at him. How are you feeling, Kuelin? Who are you? Kuelin asked in a fading voice, his unfocused eyes suggesting he didn't remember his time as a wolf. It's me, your brother Kureha. Remember? I'm not. Sure. Where are we? And where's father? Kureha, with a broad smile, took off the coin necklace he was wearing and placed it around Kuelin's neck. Kuelin, you're a very lucky kid. Huh? But it hurts so much. To a child whose entire life had been pain, Kureha asserted with conviction, You were born into this world. What? It'll make you lots of delicious food. Supporting his frail brother, whose weight felt like he could float away, Kureha vowed, Cold? It'll get you warm clothes. Ever slept under a soft blanket? It'll get you one. It'll buy you a feathered pillow too. This world is infinitely broader than that cramped leaf tree hollow. In spring, well sunbathe. In summer, we'll go to the riverside. In fall, we'll pick apples. In winter, we'll watch the snowfall by the heater. It's filled with things far more beautiful than any curse. We'll fish together. And, our tribe's traditional songs? Oh, they'll also teach you martial arts and… What else could he give? What could he offer this child who had taken on the world's curses for his entire life? Kureha's words faltered. Facing his younger brother's innocent gaze, he suddenly felt like crying. For the rest of our lives, I'll give back all the good fortunes I've been blessed with to you. So, please, don't ever regret being born into this world. Hugging his brother tightly, Kureha clenched his teeth. I'm sorry. For what? I didn't know you were suffering. I'm sorry. Rubbing his teary eyes vigorously, Kureha grinned. I'll protect you from now on. To his brother, who looked puzzled, Kureha declared, Protecting my little brother is my job. Chapter 250. Kureha briefly recounted what had transpired afterwards. The two brothers had traveled all over the continent. The Leaf tribe had completely fallen. Along their travels, they had joined up with children survivors of the tribe. Unable to muster the courage to tell the whole truth, Kureha informed Kulin and the children that the Imperial Army was to blame for everything. Well, it's not entirely wrong. If the Imperial Army hadn't attacked the village in the first place, none of it would have happened. I crossed my arms and huffed. Anyway, for years they wandered from refugee village to refugee village across the continent. They collided with the Imperial Army that was capturing refugees. During one such encounter, in an effort to escape a dire situation, Kureha's left leg had mummified. Following this, Kulin began to view the Empire with true enmity. Becoming a bandit and consistently raiding the Empire for 10 years, I think I have a pretty good grasp of your brother's past. Our conversation had shifted from the open space to the Lord's mansion midway through the story. The tale had become lengthy, and Kureha had grown concerned that Kulin might overhear. So it's not just a name. You really have the blood of wolves running through you. The Wolf King Lunar, whom you encountered in the dungeon, was truly one of our ancestors. Kureha nodded with a wry smile, looking directly at me. I've heard the motto of this monster frontline. Kill the monsters, save the people. I think it's a very correct and admirable value. But Your Majesty, what is a monster? And what is a person? What criteria do you use to distinguish between a monster and a person? Hearing this, I was suddenly reminded of the question the Emperor had posed to me in the imperial capital. You say you'll protect the people? Then what's your definition of a person? Is it humans? Demi-humans? Or is it monstrous creatures that can speak like humans? Exactly how far does the term person extend? What about traitors? Rebels? Thieves? Robbers and frauds? All of this scum is people. Are you saying you'd lump them all together and protect them indiscriminately? Criteria. The criteria to differentiate between monsters and people. Lost in thought, Kureha pressed further. Do we, with the blood of wolves in our veins, are we monsters, or are we people? Do we truly belong on this front line? I remained silent, pressing my lips together. Kureha, with his right hand, tried to pick up his teacup but almost dropped it. With his left, he grabbed it and sipped. Cold tea flowed into his parched mouth. I've been completely honest about our past. Now, whether you banish us or continue to employ us, that's for you to decide. Damn it, I internally sighed. Ever since this season began, I've repeatedly found myself in situations requiring moral judgment, and it's honestly exhausting. Changing the subject, I inquired, By the way, I heard Kulin has been saving money to buy his homeland. What's that about? Kureha chuckled softly before answering. Originally, the Imperial Army converged on that area primarily for its mines and other resources. Time has passed, and I've heard resource mining has concluded. Lumber harvesting has also ceased. Ugh! After the Empire withdrew from that area, there were no inhabitants due to the monsters, and there were rumors that werewolves roamed the area, so the land went for a cheap price. Kureha nodded. That became Kuolin's goal, though it's now a ruin, buying his homeland with money and rebuilding it with his own efforts. I see. He might have such a dream because he has forgotten the terrible past. Do you oppose that dream? At my question, Kureha blinked his eyes and slowly lowered his head. Well, I'm not sure, but honestly, I'm afraid to go back. Kureha's pale lips tightly shut. After all, it's the homeland I led to its destruction. I had Kureha sent back in a carriage. He was a friend with limited mobility after all. Watching the carriage recede, I turned to the person next to me and asked, "What do you think, Lucas?" Lucas responded, "What do you mean? Those two brothers. And the penal squad." I crossed my arms and hummed thoughtfully. They have the blood of a monster like the Wolf King in them. Perhaps all of the beastkin might have some ancestor that touched a monster. Do you think it's okay to keep them on the front line? What do you think? Lucas, originally the protagonist of this game and the frontline commander, has a keen insight, so his advice is helpful. Your lordship probably has a plan for managing the front lines, so I'm reluctant to comment rashly. Lucas cast a quick glance downwards and then looked at me. Just spit it out. I teased him by lightly elbowing him in the side. To be honest, they're still from a different race. Lucas said bluntly. Whether their ancestor was a monster or an evil deity, until 100 years ago, they were enemies of humans. The number of humans killed by the coalition of different races might be higher than the number killed by monsters throughout imperial history. It felt like the rift between the different races and humans was deeper than I thought. There probably were people who hated the different races more than monsters. But you've already employed the elven unit, the Shadow Squad, and they have proven their worth. The Beastkin unit, the Penal Squad, was initially a bit unruly, but lately, they've been acting as respectable troops. It felt strange hearing Lucas, who once vehemently opposed the enlistment of the Shadow Squad and the Penal Squad, now defending them. On reflection, Lucas personally trained the Penal Squad. I stroked my chin thoughtfully. Right, origin isn't the issue, but the problem with the Penal Squad is the potential to turn into werewolves. Betrayal is just as likely among humans. Lucas' cool yet stark response came flying. Just think of the recent attack on Lady Reyna in the military camp. Anyone can snap and turn their blade on their allies. Camus' face, who attacked Reyna and was now imprisoned, flashed before my eyes. Damn, now that I think about it, that's true. It seems Camus' trial is right around the corner. As I thought this, Lucas added, and I think we should pay close attention to what Kureha, Mr. Kureha, just said. The honorific Mr. made Lucas hesitate for a moment. We had a complex relationship with him. It felt as if, while Kuolin was a student we were mentoring, Kureha gave off a parental vibe. Pay attention? To what? To the standard, Lucas said, his gaze sharp as he looked at me. What distinguishes a monster from a person? What is the criteria for those you wish to protect? It's something we need to clearly define. The criteria for those I wish to protect. Suddenly, I remembered Kelebey's advice from a few days ago. Establish principles. Don't break the rules you set. Reward generously, and when it comes to punishment, be decisive. Scold those who mess up, and reward those who prevent mishaps. If the principles you set are sturdy, even if your fortress shakes, it will never collapse. Principles and standards. For a novice commander like me, these would serve as a clear compass. I sighed deeply, scratching my chin, neck, and temple. Setting these criteria wouldn't be easy. After some contemplation, I finally spoke out loud about the thing that had been bothering me. By the way, Lucas. Yes. Don't use your beast transformation anymore. I fear you might turn into a werewolf. Hearing stories about the Beastman tribes had continuously given me the creeps. I was uneasy about Lucas, whose essence seemed to teeter somewhere between a dog and a wolf. Do not worry, my lord. Lucas grinned. I am a well-trained dog. I will never bare my teeth at you. Really now? He's self-identifying as a golden retriever? But one always has to be cautious with big dogs. Just as the owner always claims their dog won't bite, it's still considered polite to muzzle them during walks. If I tell you not to use it, don't use it. Got it? Upon hearing my repeated prohibition on his beast transformation, Lucas responded with a forlorn smile. Typical big dog. Looks terrifying. I wasn't sure if this protagonist would listen to me obediently. I exhaled deeply, shrugging. But hopefully he'd listen while I was watching. 2 days later, military tribunal. It sounds fancy, but the courtroom was simply an army meeting room with slightly rearranged tables. In such a backwater place, there was no proper court of law. From the start, this place was a fortress city with a military purpose. The judge giving the verdict was me, Ash, the Lord and Commander. And today's defendant, Camus, the SR-ranked mercenary from the Camilla Kingdom, who had previously attempted to kill Lady Reyna and the mages of the Magical Brigade. Dragged out from prison and seated in the defendant's chair, Camus was in a pitiable state. His body was bruised all over as if he'd been severely beaten, and his swollen face was almost unrecognizable. The mages from the Magical Brigade said they had interrogated him. Sure enough, he seemed to have been beaten pretty badly. Although he appeared to have suffered, Camus' expression was calm. Just by looking into his eyes, one would think he was innocent. Well then. However, Camus' attempt to kill an ally was a blatant truth. He admitted it himself. Reyna, who was stabbed in the abdomen at that time, is still unconscious in the temple's intensive care room. Besides, he injured 4 of the guards with a knife. Even if it's a fantasy world where an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, personal sanctions, and vengeance are somewhat tolerated. He had crossed a line that couldn't be overlooked. Prisoner, Camus. After recounting the crimes Camus committed, I delivered my verdict succinctly. You are sentenced to death. Camus silently bowed his head. I continued my speech. The execution will take place after the next defense battle. That's all. I picked up a wooden gavel on the desk and lightly tapped the podium below. Thud, thud, thud. Guards entered, grabbed Camus from both sides and dragged him out. Camus, without uttering a word, staggered but walked out of the courtroom on his own feet. Sigh. I looked down at the wooden gavel in my hand. I never wanted to get used to such affairs. Since there weren't specific restrictions on entering the courtroom, a few were watching the verdict. Mages from the Magical Brigade and Junior. Junior's gaze met with Camus as he was led back to prison. Camus quickly averted his eyes, while Junior kept watching his receding figure. After everyone from the Magical Brigade and the guards left, and as I was packing up to leave the courtroom, Junior stood still, looking at the spot where Camus had been. Junior. As I gently called out, Junior, startled, turned to look at me, to which I briefly replied, You can visit him whenever you wish. Speak up if there's anything on your mind. Understand? Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you. Junior flashed her characteristic fox-like smile. I returned a forced smile. Indeed, it's not easy. It's a tough world. Chapter 251. Heart of Crossroad. Temple. With her hat pulled low, Junior hesitated outside Reyna's room. She had heard Reyna had just regained consciousness and came to see her. Yet, for some reason, she couldn't muster the courage to enter. Suddenly, the door to the room burst open, and Priestess Margarita came rushing out with a shriek. Ugh! Enough! What kind of thanks is this? Just stay still and leave when you're better. What's so scary about offering to buy a meal as thanks? Come on. Saintess Margarita. Saintess. Seriously. Watching Margarita sprint down the corridor, Reyna chuckled dryly. She then turned her gaze to Junior and grinned. What's up, little mage? Here to visit the sick. Something like that. You look well. Thanks to the anesthesia. How can I be fine with a hole in my stomach? Magic helped a bit, but am far from stable. Despite just waking up, Reyna chatted energetically before turning back into her room. Staggering a bit, she settled on the bed and patted it. Stop standing there awkwardly and come in. Tell me what happened while I was out. That's what Junior intended to do, so she stepped forward. But then, She stopped at the threshold. Reina gave her a puzzled look. Yet Junior remained silent, looking down. As a survivor of the magic bombing from Camilla Kingdom, why do you care about her? The question Camus had posed during the ambush haunted her. The sounds of the storm and lightning from 15 years ago echoed in her ears. Junior found it impossible to approach Reina any further. I see. Is that it? Seeing Junior's state, Reina quickly caught on and sighed. Maybe this distance between us is what's right. The Jupiter's daughter. It's a miracle we even got this close. There are gaps that no matter how hard we try, can't be bridged. We've managed to ignore it for so long, but it seems we've reached a limit now. Junior clenched both of her fists, her intact right hand and the one scarred from the magic bombing. I have one question. Do you regret what happened that day? What exactly are you referring to? I've done a lot. You annihilated my country, burned down my village. Junior's face was hidden beneath the brim of her hat as she asked in a suppressed voice. Do you regret it? Reina responded immediately.
No.
I have never regretted any action I've taken as a soldier. Reina's voice was cold and functional. If I regretted, then what would that make of the subordinates who acted on my orders? I was the commander of the Magic Corps. I ordered the killing of people, the burning of villages, the conquering of countries, and lost many soldiers in the process. If I were to feel comfortable with my regrets and seek redemption, then what would that make of the sacrifices of my subordinates? I was a soldier, Junior. If it were an order from above, I'd do worse to your village than what I did. And I won't regret it until I draw my last breath, and I can't afford to regret it. Junior, clenching her teeth, hesitantly asked. So, if you were ordered to kill me, would you? Such an order won't come. And if it does? Reina let out a long sigh. Yes, she answered. If that's the order, then I must. Junior's face paled, and Reina coldly spat out. Am not like your mother. If it were Jupiter, she'd defy such orders, rebel, and run away holding you. She actually did that, but I can't. Throughout the decades they served together, Reina admired Jupiter. She wanted to live like Jupiter, because she couldn't live that way herself. To be frank, Junior, I can't live like your mother. Then why? Junior's voice intensified. Why were you kind to me? If you don't regret that day, and don't even want to apologize, why did you try to befriend me? Why did you treat my injuries? Why? Reina, who had remained silent, lowered her gaze. I was tired of destroying and breaking things. I thought maybe, if I tried to protect and save something like your mother did, things might change. Both Junior and Reina recalled the image of Jupiter. The jovially smiling face with white lightning-like hair. Reina's head slowly dropped. But now I understand. I can't be like that. I can't be like Jupiter, who I can neither regret nor apologize to. There's a gap between us that can't be bridged any further. While Junior remained standing at the entrance of the hospital room, Reina, seated on the bed, looked at her with a bitter gaze. Junior murmured in a tear-filled voice, I wanted to forgive you. Reina chuckled with a dry tone. If I could, I would have wanted to be your new mother, or something like that. Junior's face looked on the verge of tears. Reina slowly turned away. But I guess it wasn't meant to be. Downtown Crossroad. Prison. Junior stood blankly in front of Camus' cell. She had received visiting permission from Ash. But the thought of having a one-on-one conversation with Camus was daunting. Above all, she didn't know what they should talk about. The Empire, Camilla Kingdom, revenge, forgiveness. There were many topics, but she couldn't piece them together. Junior didn't even know how to start the conversation with Camus. She didn't know why she came here or what answer she hoped to receive. Hey. Then, a hoarse voice emerged from inside the cell. How long are you just going to stand there? What dash? Startled, Junior looked up to see Camus near the cell bars. Although his face was swollen from being beaten, the cold and gloomy glint in his eyes remained unchanged. Having you stare at me like that is unsettling. Do you have business with me? I'm sorry. I just... Recognizing the hesitating Junior, Camus' voice softened. You're that mage from before. From Camilla Kingdom, wasn't it? As Junior nervously bit her lip, Camus slowly took a seat next to the window bars. It seems you have something to say. Speak, I'm listening. Excuse me? As you mentioned before, we hail from the same place, don't we? Camus shrugged. You have such a troubled face. Speak freely. For a moment, Junior seemed lost in thought but soon began recounting her tale disjointedly. The magic bombing she experienced when she was 7. The family she lost. Jupiter who took her in. Her life for the past 15 years. Events after joining the front lines here. Jupiter's death. Meeting Reyna. Getting close to Reyna. And after Camus had stabbed Reyna, how everything became unclear to her. Whether she belonged to the Empire or Camilla Kingdom, whether she should forgive Reyna or seek vengeance. She just didn't know. Listening intently to Junior's outpouring, Camus slowly inquired, How old are you now? 22, sir. Quite young. If my second son were alive, he would have been around your age. Camus chuckled lightly. I'm 53. There's a gap of over 30 years between us. 30 years. I lost my country and my wife and children when I was 38. Everything I had built up to that point was reduced to ashes. My hatred runs as deep as the 38 years I lost. For a moment, a distant look crossed Camus' eyes. Perhaps he was thinking of his lost family? Junior couldn't tell. In the 15 years following, I battled to reclaim my country and failed. Essentially, the Empire stole my entire life. Camus nodded toward Junior. But you're different. You lived as a citizen of Camilla Kingdom for 7 years, and as one of the Empire for 15 years. You've lived longer as part of the Empire. Our eras, the depths of our hatreds, they're different. It's not odd for you to feel more allegiance to the Empire than to the Camilla Kingdom. Junior clenched her fists. Camus continued. I have no intention of blaming you for assimilating into the Empire. Don't feel guilty about the life you've led within the Empire. Likewise, don't be too hard on me for not forgetting my vengeance even after 15 years and still wanting to repay blood with blood. People have wounds in their hearts that can't be healed. What Camus was saying was similar to what Reyna had told her. Softly, Junior muttered, Unhealable wounds. All we've done is survived, each in our own way unavoidably. We just survived, unavoidably. That phrase felt too painful yet so accurate that it made Junior's heart ache. What should I do from now on? After some contemplation, Camus opened his mouth. Forgive if you wish to forgive. Seek vengeance if that's your desire. If you can't choose between the two, that's fine as well. Ponder on it, until you find the answer you seek.
Just don't forget.
Everything you've been through. Camus' scarred hand grasped the iron bars. He murmured in a low growl, Never forget that a man like me existed. Do not forget the Camilla Kingdom. It's the burden we, the survivors, have to bear. Camus released his grip on the bars, stood up, and retreated deeper into the prison cell. He'll be executed soon. It's best not to associate too much with a wicked criminal. As he disappeared into the shadows, Junior watched him from a distance. Upon exiting the prison, Ash was waiting. Junior. Prince. Ash, seeing Junior's somewhat awkward greeting, smiled warmly and gestured towards his mansion. There's a defense strategy meeting tonight. Oh, it's a call-up, Jupiter Jr. Return to the main party. Clutching her staff tightly, Junior nodded enthusiastically. Yes. How's your condition? Most of my injuries have healed. No need to worry. Ash glanced back into the prison. Seems your inner turmoil hasn't quite settled. Has it? Yes. Junior shook her head side to side, lightly slapped her cheeks, and looked directly at Ash. But these monsters aren't here to listen to my woes. I'll set my worries aside for now and return to the front lines. Ash, taken aback by Junior's words, was about to say something but chose to remain silent. He then motioned towards the waiting carriage. You know, I always have a delicious meal prepared during our defense meetings, right? Let's go. They say you should eat meat when you're feeling down. Junior didn't quite catch the jest, but she felt the warmth in Ash's gesture. Climbing into the carriage, Junior thought to herself. She didn't know the life she'd lead in the future. Whether she'd forgive Reina or forget Camus, the future remained a mystery. But she was a magician employed at the monster front. To continue this inner battle, she first needed to defeat the monsters looming before her. Prince. After we've swiftly dealt with these monsters, Junior flashed a cheeky grin at Ash. Let's share our troubles with each other all night. I want to hear about your worries too. Ash chuckled softly and nodded. Sure. Anytime. Chapter 252. Before long, the weather had become pleasantly cool. Autumn was just around the corner. The next defensive battle stage 10, the boss stage, was now close at hand. I and my party members had been putting our utmost effort into last-minute farming. As a result, during our final free exploration before the stage began, free exploration completed. Characters leveled up. Main party. Lucas, SSR, LV.50, 3rd job change available. Evangeline, SSR, LV.50, 3rd job change available. Damien, EX, LV.50, 3rd job change available. Sub-Party 1. Kulin, SR, LV.49, 1. Tuesday R. LV.42, 1. Wednesday R. LV.42, 2. Becky R. LV.41, 2. On the Rock R. LV.39, 2. Lucas, Evangeline, and Damien. The 3 main party members had all reached level 50. Hooray! Finally, the 3rd job change. The ultimate skills. Having checked the status of the 3, I internally cheered. Now, we're all set to take on those monsters. Additionally, Lucas and Evangeline, being of SSR grade, could now farm for their exclusive equipment. Effectively, this trio was now complete as combat members. There were still numerous tasks left, like acquiring endgame equipment, optimizing attributes, and more upgrades. But at least they wouldn't be overpowered by the enemy due to a lack of skills. Huh. Ow, what's this? Lucas, Evangeline, and Damien looked down at their bodies, groaning. Characters that reached level 50, colloquially known as awakened ones, would have a unique emblem appear somewhere on their body. Through these emblems, they manifested their ultimate skills. The location of the emblem is personal. Let's not ask where it's engraved. Junior proudly revealed her emblem on her burnt left hand. Anyway, whether one hides or shows it, it's their personal choice. But wait a minute, Evangeline? Why do you keep looking under your arm like that? It didn't appear there, did it? Is it a mosquito bite? Watching Evangeline poke at her armpits, I clenched my eyes shut. Damn it, girl. Didn't I say not to do that out here? We were in front of the teleport gate in the Lord's mansion, having returned from our free exploration. Everyone was wrapping things up. Sigh. Kulin let out a soft sigh. The growth of the penal squad had been swift, and Kulin was now level 49. It was a shame not reaching level 50, but the growth had been promising. Somewhat withdrawn compared to before and gazing down at his fist with an uncharacteristic serious expression. It felt a bit off, but hey, as long as he's diligent. The 5 hero characters of the penal squad are all members of the Leaf Tribe. Among the other regular bandits we had recruited, none were from the Leaf Tribe. The refugees they brought along were all just humans. In other words, the only party with the potential to turn into werewolves was just this one. If such an event were to occur, what choice would I have to make as their commander? With these worries, I furrowed my brows. Apart from the main party and the penal squad, I had also formed 2 more subparties. They were sent to the initial zones for autonomous exploration and leveling. Everyone was to play their part in the upcoming defense. 4 awakened characters, and 4 available hero full parties. Though Reyna was excluded, the 4 mages of the Magic Brigade can be used as reserves. Plus, there are the reserves of Lily and Margarita. As much as I always whined, it was quite a luxurious setup at stage 10. This should be stable enough to clear. It's important not to let my guard down, but there's no need to be excessively apprehensive. We can definitely handle this defense. I clenched my fist. There's a strategy meeting this evening. To the party members, weary from battle, I offered a confident smile. As always, it'll feed you well. So, prepare for a meal. Come here by evening. Got it? Yes. The party members replied in unison. I felt like a middle school teacher.
Aider.
Upon summoning the director, Ader, who had been waiting near the mansion, hurried over. I nodded toward him. Prepare the dinner for the meeting tonight, and call the people I name. Yes, my lord. Who should I bring? Lily, Margarita, the 4 mages of the Magic Brigade, and, considering the decisive battle wasn't far off, Junior. It was time to call upon the mage who'd been absent from the main party for quite some time. While Ader gathered the others, I personally fetched Junior. It was only appropriate to personally escort the esteemed mage. I met with the pensive Junior just outside the prison a short while ago. We now rode a carriage back to the mansion. Having recently met with Reyna and Camus, Junior was lost in deep thought. I smiled warmly. Whatever conclusion you come to, I support you, Junior. And thus, in the evening at the mansion's dining room, as the party members sat closely together, I smoothly began the meeting. Eat up as you listen. You probably all know this, but our opponents for this defense are the Werewolf Legion. I spoke while biting into a simple sandwich. They are directly under the Nightmare Legion commander, one of the strongest 10 legions. And among them, the Werewolf Legion can be described as particularly malevolent. Werewolves, half human, half wolf. Smart like a human, fast like a wolf. That's a werewolf. We need to be wary of their howling skill, which they use for group coordination, and the buffs they get on a full moon night. But the biggest problem is this. They're infuriatingly cunning. In the game, while most monster legions attack with 1 or 2 patterns, the Werewolf Legion attacked with different tactics every time. There were so many patterns I'd given up counting. I don't know which tactic they'll use this time. Whether it'll be a surprise attack, a frontal assault, a pincer move, digging tunnels, or bringing siege weapons, I know nothing. The only consolation was that since it's a boss stage, there would be no dark events. Since I can't predict their tactics, there's only one thing we can do. Thud. I pointed to a chalkboard Ader brought in. On it was a detailed description of the basic tactics we'd used to defend the walls up until now. The standard attack strategy. No, from our defender's perspective, it would be the standard defense strategy. Form a kill zone, reinforce with long-range firepower, and deploy melee troops. Equip artifacts, prepare the mages, and have the heroes ready to be dispatched to the front lines at a moment's notice. I assigned each hero their basic role and positioning for this defense. Of course, this was just the basic setup. We don't know what will happen. We need to be flexible and rearrange our command structure on the spot. Dinner was wrapping up. I nodded as the party members began to set down their utensils one by one. Now, after finishing our meals, let's have some tea and discuss our strategy in more detail. The meeting concluded near midnight. While everyone else was sent away, the main party was summoned to the Lord's office. Evangeline's eyes drooped, and Damien stifled a yawn when he noticed me watching. Even Lucas, whose blonde hair was always lively, looked a bit deflated. They all seemed tired. But I can't let them sleep yet. After all, they've reached level 50. Level 50. They could do their 3rd job change. We have to get it done today. Start by telling them, Junior. These 3 awakened today. Really? Junior, a senior awakener, looked surprised. Seeing the 3 slightly awkward newbie awakeners, I nodded in affirmation. As someone who awakened earlier, I hope you'll share some tips with these newcomers. Tips? I wonder if there's really anything to. Caught off guard by my sudden request, Junior stumbled over her words. You've all probably checked your awakening symbols, and at the same time, you would have established one technique that embodies all the combat experience you've accumulated so far, so, The other three watched Junior, who was clumsily trying to provide advice, with amused smiles. Those rascals. They looked at her like high school seniors watching a student teacher during their first practice lesson. Anyway, I didn't genuinely expect Junior to provide useful tips. While the four of them were occupied,
Aider.
right here, I secretly planned to surprise them with this gift I had prepared. I intercepted the tray on wheels Ader brought, which held that item, and pulled it into the office. To help solidify the vague skill you've conceptualized into a solid theoretical one, it would be helpful to— Wait, what's that? Junior covered her mouth in surprise. Lucas turned to me with a startled look. Damien's eyes widened in shock, and Evangeline cheered, jumping with joy. I laughed wickedly. It's a cake, you fools. A cake. Why suddenly a cake? The sight of the unexpectedly delivered large whole cake left everyone puzzled. I folded my arms, chuckling. It's a thank you for growing safely thus far, and also a congratulations. In the game, when a player awakened, a special awakening pop-up would appear, radiating bright light. This signified that the player had acquired their unique job and ultimate skill. Reaching level 50 wasn't an easy feat, deserving of a celebration. Not only was leveling up a challenge, but surviving to such a high level in this damn game wasn't easy either. The same went for these guys. They had endured hellish defense battles and dungeons, and thankfully made it safely to level 50. If this isn't worth celebrating, then what is? Junior secretly awakened without us knowing. Didn't she? Let's celebrate together this time. Ader, spinning the cake knife in his hand, grinned mischievously. The rest of the party members looked taken aback as they took plates and forks from Ader, but soon smiles spread across their faces. Holding the cake knife confidently, my poor slicing skills resulted in uneven pieces. Yet, when distributed in large chunks, it looked presentable. Ader served juice and milk next. We each took a plate of cake, raising our glasses in a toast. Cheers to awakening. Cheers. Yahoo! If you're giving cake at night, I want to awaken 4 times a year, Evangeline exclaimed jokingly, which I chose to ignore. That's your last awakening cake chance, my friend. After having dinner and munching on snacks during our meeting, I wasn't sure if we could eat more cake. But everyone seemed to enjoy it, cream smeared around their mouths. Especially Evangeline, who seemed to be inhaling her slice. Slow down, girl. Wow, this is so good. What is this? Evangeline exclaimed, cream smeared around her mouth like Santa's beard. I chuckled as I wiped the cream off her face. I had the chef make something special for today. You like it? Yes. Can I eat the rest? Sure. Eat up and grow big. I remembered seeing Evangeline's belly protruding a few days ago, but decided to let her eat as she pleased. After all, it's her growing phase. As everyone happily enjoyed their cake and drinks, chatting away, I discreetly opened the system window. It seemed that unlike in the game where they'd radiate light upon awakening, here they'd simply determine their growth tree on their own. I wanted to check their unique jobs and ultimate skills. Let's see. It's been a while since I checked our main party member's stats. Lucas, SSR. Level 50. Title Emperor's Guard / Knight. Job, Knight Closer, TL Note. Explained next chapter. Strength 50, Agility 45, Intelligence 20, Stamina 45, Magic Power 30. Skills. Passive Man of Steel. Skill 1. Strike of Will, TL. Changed it from Soul Strike to Strike of Will. Skill 2. Step of Persistence. Ultimate. Divine Descent. Evangeline, SSR. Level 50. Title Heir of the Cross Family. Job, Frontier Guardian. Strength 50, Agility 40, Intelligence 30, Stamina 50, Magic Power 20. Skills. Passive battle cry. Skill 1, damage save. Skill 2, damage payback. Ultimate, final fortress. Damien Yex. Level 50. Title, none. Job, Magibullet marksman. Strength 13, agility 50, intelligence 25, stamina 13, magic power 37. Skills. Passive, Magibullet refinement. Skill 1, healing Magibullet. Skill 2, ruin Magibullet. Ultimate showdown. A lot of information had popped up. Chapter 253. Every time I looked at the character sheet, I noticed a mix of Korean and English. Why was this in English and that in Korean? What was the standard? Couldn't it be consistent even in a game? Thinking about it now, I guess it was just the director's preference. Pushing aside trivial thoughts, I honed in on the unique job titles of 3 characters. Lucas was titled Knight Closer. Evangeline was the Frontier Guardian. Damien was known as Magibullet Marksman. Both Lucas and Evangeline had retained their unique job titles from the game. First, Lucas Knight Closer. There was a lot of debate among the viewers about what this title meant. Did it refer to a knight as a knight or did it mean knight as a knight? And how should closer be interpreted? TL note is transliteration. This nai to. Also, the second part was which is cologio. After heated discussions in the community, my viewers concluded the following. When Lucas wore his unique gear and used his ultimate skill, he shone like the sun. Thus, late-game Lucas got the nickname Sun Knight, the sun rising on the battlefield. So, he was the one who ends the night closer. While this interpretation was popular, I preferred a less common one. In baseball, a closer refers to a relief pitcher, the ultimate player who ends the game and ensures victory. So, Lucas was the knight who concluded the war on this front and ensured victory. Wrap-up night. Anyway, every time Lucas' job title came up, the chat erupted. People insulted each other, saying the other was ignorant about the English language. They argued over whose interpretation was right and whose was flawed. Eventually, mentioning Lucas' job title in chat was even banned. It's just a job title, not something significant. Reminiscing about my streaming days, I shook my head to snap back to the present. Let's leave that story there. Next up, Evangeline, Frontier Guardian. There wasn't much room for interpretation here. Guardian of the border, the one who guards the front lines. A fitting title for the heir of the Cross family, who had been guarding this fortress city at the southernmost tip of the continent. I've never seen Damien's job before. Magibullet Marksman. It's also the title of a famous German opera. TL note, the Korean word used here was. This literally translates into Demon's Archer. But, in this context, we are talking about Magibullets. Also, is the Korean title used for Der Freists, which translates to the marksman. As such, I translated it as Magibullet Marksman. I'm entirely ignorant about that side of things, so while I've heard of the opera's name, I'm not familiar with its content. Well, I'll understand it as an advanced title for a magic archer. Anyway, these were their job titles. Now, let's check out their ultimate skills. I tapped on Lucas' ultimate skill, Divine Descent, Evangeline's ultimate skill, Final Fortress, and Damien's ultimate skill, Showdown, to bring up their descriptions. Senior, what have you been doing there the whole time? Huh? A voice suddenly called out. Startled, I looked up to find the other 4 party members staring at me. Evangeline was waving dramatically. We called you over to celebrate, but you're over there cackling like a villain. Come over. Join us. Hearing that, I felt, it was like being the parent at a child's school performance, engrossed in recording the event with a smartphone camera. Of course, understanding the exact stats of the party members through the system window was crucial. But right now, it was a time to celebrate these folks' successful third-class advancement. Fine. I'll figure out the ultimate skill description later. It's much quicker to get a feel for its performance in actual combat anyway. Rather than the system window, I looked at my colleagues with my own eyes. I closed the system window and approached my party members. Clapping my hands, I asked, "All right, what should we do for fun?" Meanwhile, at the same time, downtown Crossroad, the barracks. I'm back. Phew. The others are having another drink and will come later. When Kulin returned to the barracks. Clang dash. Cough. Kureha, who had been cooking something in the kitchen, dropped a plate. Startled, Kulin rushed into the kitchen. "I told you I was going to eat, you should have rested. This guy seriously never listens." Kulin's eyes widened in shock. It was only then that he noticed his brother's right arm had turned mummified. Kureha hurriedly pulled his sleeve down to hide his right arm, but it was too late. "Brother, your right arm? Ah, this well." Waving his hand, Kureha gave a wry smile. "I ended up in a situation where I had to use force. Haha, that's how it happened. It's just like my left leg. I got used to it quickly. It's not inconvenient at all. Really, you don't have to worry." Trying to sound upbeat, Kureha was met with Kulin's somber voice. "Why did you keep it a secret from me? There was no point in telling you." Facing his visibly upset brother, Kureha defended himself. "It's a curse that can't be cured anyway. I thought I'd rather hide it than cause unnecessary worry." "Kureha." Picking up on something, Kulin asked slowly, "Is that curse because of the blood that flows in our veins?" "A monster wolf in the dungeon said something. That I'm his descendant. The curse on your body, is it related to that wolf monster?" There was no hiding it now. Kureha slowly nodded. "Yes. You knew from the beginning. That monster blood runs in us." "Yes. Why didn't you tell me?" Anger flashed in Kulin's eyes. "Why is it that only you know everything? Do you have other secrets from me?" "Kulin, tell me everything now." The little brother, who once was so tiny that Kureha could lift him with one arm, had grown into a young man, taller than Kureha himself. Looking at his brother and the coin necklace around his neck, Kureha closed his eyes tightly. Old memories flashed by. The Chinese maple tree, their father who cursed Kulin, the villagers turning into wolves, the burning houses, screams and the smell of blood, death everywhere, the hellish night of the full moon. How could he explain all of that? The little brother who easily believed it was all the Empire's fault no longer existed. Kulin had grown up too much. But, even if his head had grown bigger and his body taller, did he really have to remind him of those horrific memories? Wasn't it happier not to remember? So Kureha hesitated, and Kulin had staged a rebellion. "Why can't you speak, Kureha? Does what I say not make sense to you?" "Kulin, I just want to protect you." Kureha reached out with his left hand and patted his younger brother's shoulder. "Just give me a bit more time. He'll tell you everything someday." Kulin, who felt treated like a child by Kureha, irritably shook off his brother's hand. "Do you still see me as that weakling kid who couldn't even walk properly back then?" "Kulin, what? You want to protect me? Cut the crap. I'm already protecting our bandits. And you." Grinding his teeth, Kulin turned and left. "Live your whole life clinging and wallowing alone like that. Damn it. Kulin, wait." Boom. Kulin left the quarters, slamming the door shut. Kureha sighed deeply and looked around the kitchen. Food, prepared but now cold, lay spread out. No matter how much he grew, in Kureha's eyes, his brother was still that frail child from that day. A child that needed to be fed, protected, and cared for. "It's all because of my guilt, I know." He knew, but he didn't have the courage to say. The mistake he made that day, and the curse his brother would have to bear when he died someday. Kureha sighed and looked out the window. The moon had already risen in the sky. The moon, which occupied more than half of the horizon, was slowly growing fuller. Lake Kingdom Dungeon. Zone 7, Wolf's Lair. Contrary to its name, it was a massive underground pub. A creaking signboard in the darkness read Wolf's Lair. From here, a horde of werewolves poured out. Leading them was Wolf King Lunard. With only 3 days left to the defensive battle from the crossroad, the Lake Kingdom's monster army was setting out. Hundreds of werewolves marched in an orderly parade towards the northern gate of Lake Kingdom. The aura exuded by the elite monsters under Wolf King was sharp as blades. It was when Lunard and his entourage reached the square in front of Lake Kingdom's northern gate. Flash! Flash dash! Bright beams of light shooting from the square, splitting the sky, caught Lunard's eye, making him click his tongue. They've already started. Stepping into the square, the beams were even more visible. Flash dash! Nameless. She was swinging her sword, emitting those beams of light, annihilating the monsters. And countless werewolves were lunging at her, baring their teeth and slashing their claws. They were the bait division, keeping Nameless occupied. While the main force led by Lunard exited Lake Kingdom, their role was to divert Nameless' attention. Each time they were hit by the beams Nameless unleashed, the bait division vaporized into a splash of blood. Lunard would have loved to have a life-or-death battle with Nameless, but he was unsure of what punishment he would receive from the Demon King if he did. "Let's play after I finish this job first, Nameless." Muttering to himself, Lunard led his main force towards the northern gate of Lake Kingdom. Kuguggung. The rusty iron doors, tightly closed, began to slowly part. "Stop, Lunard!" Nameless swung her sword with force as she noticed Lunard approaching the gate. Light exploded, and all the wolves in the vicinity were decimated. Ha! 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 Catching her breath, Nameless wiped the blood that splashed onto her cheek. Lunard stood still, gazing at her intently. "You seem worn out, Nameless. Just a century ago, you didn't tire so easily. Now you seem to wobble even facing these lowly foes. You don't seem at your best either, Lunard." Nameless retorted coldly. A flicker of irritation passed through Lunard's eyes. "What nonsense! I'm in top form. I only hear one heartbeat, though?" Grinning slyly, Nameless thrust her sword towards the Wolf King. "Did you lose one somewhere?" Silently, Lunard touched his chest, furrowing his brow. When he faced the wrath of the Demon King, one of his 2 hearts was crushed. Not just a vital organ, the heart was also the source of his magic power. Losing one meant he wasn't at his full strength. Yet the Wolf King smirked. "Humph! Do I need 2 hearts to annihilate a mere human? I intentionally discarded one." "Which one did you lose?" Narrowing her eyes, Nameless asked. "Between the heart of a wolf and the heart of a human, which one remains? Why would I care? As long as one pumps blood through my body, it's sufficient." "Indeed." A knowing smile crept onto the lips of Nameless, who had her eyes closed, listening intently. "Lunard, listen. You're no match for Ash." "What?" "Even if I let you go now, your army will suffer a gruesome death. You'll never return here. Yet, I will still stop you with all my might." Nameless, gripping her sword, declared with a cold determination, "Because it's my duty." A wicked grin formed on Lunard's lips as he slowly turned towards the plaza where Nameless stood. "I was ordered to avoid you, but I can't. I need to slap that smug face of yours before proceeding." The royal guards tried to intervene, but Lunard, ignoring them completely, headed straight for Nameless. Amidst a plaza littered with wolf corpses, Nameless and Lunard stood facing each other, sword against claws. "No matter how much you sacrifice yourself here, there's no salvation for you, discarded princess." "I never wished for any." Nameless chuckled. "I just want to sink to the bottom of this lake and die with all of you." The next moment, the 2 mighty beings charged at each other, colliding in a fierce clash. Time flowed unrelentingly. The crescent moon grew fuller. Soon it would be a full moon. Chapter 254. A few days later, past noon. Standing atop the city walls, I swallowed a dry lump in my throat. At last, it was the day of Stage 10. Regular defense battles were always tense, but today was a boss stage. It was naturally more nerve-wracking. Seems easier than I thought. I recalled the vampire legion that had sprung out in stage 5. Those bastards had ridiculous tricks and held horrifying strength. The werewolf legion was also formidable in terms of raw power, but the vampire legion was undeniably a tougher opponent. Those bastards would resurrect after dying, right? Moreover, due to the penalty for the werewolf legion's intrusion in the previous stage 9, no dark event had occurred. According to Ader, several other penalties had also been imposed on the werewolf legion. Probably, the werewolf legion I faced in the game now had a lower spec. I can definitely handle this. I scanned the top of the city walls. Crowded with various defensive weapons and artifacts, soldiers in fine armor and weapons, and dozens of hero characters ready for battle. Confidence surged within me. I nodded in satisfaction. They're coming. Just then, a scout shouted loudly. I raised a telescope and scanned the southern plains. Thud, thud, thud. Hundreds of werewolves kicked up dust clouds as they emerged from the other side of the plains. Chills ran down my spine. So, these monsters have finally come. Enemy info stage 10. LV? 1 body. LV.45 white werewolf elite. 4 bodies. LV.35 gray werewolf elite. 245 bodies. LV.30 brown werewolf. 450 bodies. Exactly 700 in total. After swallowing hard, I stretched out my hand to the side. Instantly, the soldiers rushed to the cannons and ballistae, preparing to fire. Once those bastards got closer, I planned to give them a mouthful of the famed Crossroads crossfire. But then, thud, thud, thud. The werewolves, advancing in formation, suddenly stopped. They were precisely outside the range of our artillery. The werewolves halted their march, merely marching in place. Dust clouds continued to rise around the werewolf pack, but time stood still. Our artillery troops were sweating cold beads. I blinked, bewildered. What are they doing? Could it be a come-at-me tactic? What's a come-at-me tactic? Literally, you come at me. It's a strategy where you keep a distance and provoke from afar, waiting for the opponent to break their defense and attack. To fight on a more advantageous battleground. In a defense game, it's the stance I, as a player, always take. You think you can fight? Come to the walls. That sort of vibe. But now, it seemed like the werewolf bastards were challenging us from the plains, as if saying, if you want to kill us, abandon your defense and come out. While a typical monster legion would immediately attack the nearest human, these were intelligent werewolves under the direct command of the Nightmare Legion commander. That's why they could pull off such antics. Damn, this is hilarious. I let out a hollow laugh. Do you think I'd leave? In the game, there was a time limit to clear, forcing me to shed blood and tears as I went out to the plains to fight them off. But here, there's no such time constraint. Moreover, on this side, we had the overwhelming advantage of the city walls and the siege weapons. Why would I give up the home ground advantage and fight them on their terms? I lifted my telescope to observe them. Through the billowing clouds of dust, I could see 4 giant white werewolves, and seated between them on a chair was a werewolf with silvery red fur. Lunard. Our eyes met, and the Wolf King gave a cruel, sly smile, beckoning me with a finger, as if inviting me to come out. My eyebrows twitched involuntarily. That bastard? Soon, the thick dust raised by the werewolf's movement obscured Lunard from my view. I clenched my teeth and put away the telescope. Even if it kills me, I'm not coming out, you bastards. Wait for days or months if you want. Come in if you dare. Night fell. Thud, thud, thud. Those damn wolves hadn't advanced an inch, just constantly shuffling their feet. Given that werewolves received buffs under moonlight, I assumed they would make their move then. But they didn't. Basking in the moonlight, their faces looked even more spirited, yet they remained stationary. What the hell are they doing? Damn it! With their natural healing abilities and the boost they received from the moonlight, the werewolves seemed as lively as ever. In contrast, our soldiers on the walls were clearly exhausted. It made sense. The wolves had been constantly stirring, keeping our defenses on high alert, though they hadn't actually attacked. Our forces had been in a state of battle readiness for over half a day, burning both their stamina and will. The condition of our soldiers had noticeably worsened. I've never seen such restless creatures before. Lucas, following my comment, narrowed his eyes, adding, "They always used to attack directly and quickly. It's as if they're purposely wasting time to drain our energy. It feels like we're at war with humans." I shut my mouth tight, a chill running down my spine. In any case, I couldn't let our soldiers suffer through another sleepless night. I divided them into 2 groups, instructing them to rest in shifts. The same went for the members of the hero party. I told them to disperse and sleep until I called upon them. They were our most important force. Their stamina was crucial. Watching my comrades settle into makeshift sleeping spots or sitting and resting at various points on the walls, I leaned back in my chair, keeping a close watch on the enemy lines. Thud, thud, thud. Under the moonlight, the werewolves moved in a disciplined rhythm. How long were they planning to do this? Was their goal to wear us out? Or were they genuinely hoping we'd lower our defenses and come out to attack them? What are you thinking, Lunard? The night passed, and dawn broke. Morning shifted into afternoon. A full day had passed since they first revealed themselves. Citizens began to tremble in unease as, for the first time ever, monsters had not been repelled for over a day. Historically, the city's defenses had never endured a siege for more than a day. Moreover, with the monsters continuously stomping their feet and growling all day, the citizens grew anxious. Many began to inquire if they should seek refuge, just like during the last defensive battle. The refuge built outside the city's northern walls was better equipped for emergencies. So, in the event of a crisis, it certainly seemed like a safer option for survival. I announced that any citizen who wanted to could take shelter in the refuge. Upon hearing this, more than half of the city's inhabitants swiftly packed their belongings and headed to the refuge. After all, safety first. Boom! 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 Those damn wolves still stirred up dust with their incessant stomping, but the soldiers atop the walls seemed to have adapted to the situation. Soldiers took turns returning to the barracks for rest. Along the way, some deposited their equipment in need of repair at the blacksmiths, and some of the heroes began to vanish beneath the walls, attending to their own matters. Things had slackened. They had gotten too lax. But one couldn't entirely blame the soldiers and heroes. Those damn wolves showed no sign of launching an attack. What could one do? Better to rest a bit and be ready for when they did attack than to stay constantly tensed and exhausted when the actual confrontation began. Your Majesty, I'll go take care of the patients at the temple. Oh, and I'll stop by the alchemy workshop and then check on the situation at the refuge. They'll be back soon. Saintess Margarita and Lily approached me and spoke. I readily nodded. These 2, along with 3 auxiliary heroes, formed a party of 5. They were the last reserve unit. Even if the wolf bastards began their march again, these 5 could join the defense at the walls a bit later. Moreover, both of them had previously overseen the construction and management of the refuge. Given that the citizens' stay at the refuge might be longer than anticipated, they'd want to assess the situation. Take care of your tasks and return. If something happens, I'll shoot a flare. Join immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. We'll be back soon. Stay strong, everyone. Saintess Margarita and Lilith's 5-member party disappeared beneath the walls. Watching the soldiers and heroes moving up and down the walls, I let out a long yawn. Things are getting dragged out. As the sun began to set in the east, signaling the onset of night, the opposite western sky revealed a rising full moon. It was a full moon, a blood moon. Boom! 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 Was it my imagination? As the full moon rose, the stomping noises of the wolves seemed to grow fiercer. And then suddenly, howl! Hull! The wolves, almost in unison, tilted their heads to the sky and began howling. The howls of hundreds of werewolves filled the vast plains. The drowsy soldiers on the wall snapped to attention. I swallowed hard. Can't be. Were they waiting for the full moon? Werewolves, by nature, receive a buff from moonlight, and its effect maximizes on a full moon night. If they were waiting for the full moon to receive their most powerful buff, then their behavior over the last day made sense. Ha! I snorted in both amusement and disbelief. A month ago or even today, no matter how powerful a buff you received, you weren't invincible. At best, you would become a bit faster, a bit fiercer. Yet, when facing the crossfire from our side, they scattered all the same. Stop dilly-dallying and hurry up. Just knock them all out. I raised the telescope to scrutinize their camp. As the sun was setting, I wanted to get one last look. Damn. But the dust cloud they had stirred up was so thick that I couldn't see anything clearly. Especially Lunard. After catching a glimpse of him at the start, I hadn't been able to spot him again. It was as if he had slipped away from his own camp. In that moment, chills ran down my spine. Thud. I threw the telescope to the ground and pressed my hand against my forehead. Hold on just a second. Why were they noisily moving about and howling? I had assumed it was to distract our soldiers and break our formation. But what if it wasn't? To divert attention to themselves? Why would they want all eyes on them? Obviously, to distract from something else. What were they trying to hide? Distract the enemy with noise from the east and attack from the west. This basic military strategy came to mind. If, while their main force was loudly drawing our attention, they had dispatched a separate unit under the cover of night and the dust cloud. But where would they send this separate unit? Those monster bastards always attack the southern wall of Crossroad. Mid-thought, my eyes widened in realization. Why had I assumed they would only attack the southern wall of Crossroad? The land in front of Crossroad's southern wall was a plain, whereas the areas in front of the eastern and western walls were swamps, and the region around the northern wall was rugged mountain terrain. Due to these geographical features, and the proximity to the Lake Kingdom dungeon, the monsters, always seeking the shortest route to kill humans, had always attacked the southern wall. It was the same in the game. In fact, the game didn't even manage the walls on the north, east, or west sides. Only the southern wall saw any combat. But this was reality. And for these nefariously cunning werewolves, crossing the swamp, traversing the mountains, and flanking to attack a less defended wall was entirely possible. Wait a second. Then it hit me. The refuge. Built in anticipation of an attack by Jormungandr, it was located outside the northern wall. If the Werewolf Legion truly had dispatched a separate unit, and if this unit were to storm the refuge, damn it, I wasn't certain, but I had a bad feeling. In desperation, I shouted, "Strengthen the defenses at the eastern, western, and northern gates. Place barricades outside the refuge by the northern gate." Huh? Lucas, startled by my outburst, questioned, and I yelled back at him, "Tell everyone to get inside the walls. Now dash. Northeast of Crossroad. The refuge. Why are these monsters taking their time this go-around? Lily?" a worried citizen asked, and Lily responded with a smile. "Don't worry. Our troops will handle them soon enough. Just one more night here and it will all be fine." It's unsettling, isn't it? I've been living here for nearly 20 years, and I've never seen monsters manipulate time like this before. Haha. You know our Lord, don't you? They've defeated even the fiercest monsters before. This time will be no different. I do trust our Lord, but Lily, after finishing repairs on the malfunctioning alchemical water purification system, offered a comforting smile to a groaning citizen. Not far off, Saintess Margarita was attending to the sick. The atmosphere in the refuge was palpably tense, a stark difference from normal. This prolonged standoff with the horde of monsters was casting a grim shadow. The faint sound of monsters' footsteps and howls reverberated all the way to where they were. "It'll be okay. I just need to do what I have to do." Suppressing the rising anxiety, Lily wiped the sweat from her brow and looked around to see if there were other systems that needed fixing. That's when it happened. "Ah! No! Arg!" The screams of the guards echoed harshly, as Lily and the startled citizens turned their heads in that direction. "What the?" Holding the body of a guard torn in half, A massive werewolf with silver-red streaks was laughing malevolently. There's plenty of tasty prey here, isn't there? Chapter 255. Ash realized it all too late. From the beginning, Lunard had planned a diversion. He intuitively knew that a direct confrontation against the monster's defense line would be futile. He had lost a heart, and before setting out, he had a skirmish with Nameless, even sustaining a direct hit from a sword. Yet that wasn't all. As soon as he emerged on the surface, various restrictions were imposed upon his entire legion. A head-on battle was distinctly disadvantageous. So why not fight dirty? While ostentatiously drawing attention, he covertly moved a portion of his elite troops. Using the dust cloud raised by his subordinates and the cover of night, he managed to slip out of the main group and circled around the vast battlefield. Bypassing the heavily guarded southern wall of the human army, he decided to attack the 3 other gates. He split his detachment into 3. Lunard personally decided to attack the north. To avoid detection, he took a detour around a rugged mountain, and after a day and a half, he finally reached a point where the northern gate of the fortress was in sight. What the hell is this? Seeing the human soldiers surrounding him, brandishing their spears, Lunard chuckled silently. Seriously, life is full of surprises. What a delightful gift. Hehehe. With tense expressions, the refuge guards gripped their spears. None among them were hero characters. They were all just ordinary soldiers. Normally, they wouldn't have been able to stand in front of the Nightmare Legion commander. They'd either wet themselves or faint, screaming in terror. The sinister aura emitted by a commander-level monster was that powerful. However, it's a monster, a monster. Run. Get inside the gate dash. Right behind them, ordinary people screamed and fled in terror. They realized that if they retreated, everyone would be slaughtered. So they had no choice but to grip their spears. With no other option, they stood their ground, even if they were mere meat shields in front of that monster. As armored and armed individuals, it was their duty not to flee. Lunard, observing the humans who were terrified but did not retreat, nodded in appreciation. Brave little creatures. Then his claws swiped. Swish, swoosh, a bloody spectacle unfolded. Spears snapped like twigs, armors folded like paper. Bodies crumbled like mounds of dirt. Lives evaporated like droplets in the scorching desert. Against the Wolf King's blade-like claws, the noble resistance of ordinary humans meant absolutely nothing. The guards were mercilessly slaughtered. I live for the struggle. In front of the scattered bodies of the guards, Lunard slowly bowed his head in respect. Thus, fallen warriors, I salute you. Your willpower was a rather tasty appetizer. Soon after, a cruel smile formed on the Wolf King's lips. Now, shall we begin the main course? The massacre? Behind such a Wolf King, about 20 ferocious werewolves also shared a wicked grin. The distance from the refuge to the northern gate was short. However, the number of citizens inside the refuge was far too many. The citizens, rushing towards the gate, caused a bottleneck at the gate entrance. People screamed in panic, rushing to the safety within the walls. They pushed, tripped, and let out harrowing screams. Total chaos. It was one of Lunard's favorite scenes to behold. But just as the werewolves advanced on their prey, flailing like fish caught in a net, suddenly, 5 humans stood in the way of the monsters. Ho! A glint of interest flashed in Lunard's eyes. Some of them might actually prove useful. Blocking the werewolves were Lily and Saintess Margarita's reserve party. Margarita, trembling, cast a shield spell, and atop Lilith's head, a ball of fire levitated. The other 3 hesitated slightly, raising their weapons. They don't seem like proper fighters, but oh well, they'll be fun to play with. Crack, crack. Lunard cracked his knuckles and ordered his subordinates. Devour them. About 20 of his werewolf minions nodded, bending forward in anticipation. Swish, swipe. Long, sharp claws emerged from their fingers. Lily and Margarita's faces paled at the sight. The combat capability of these 5 reserves was pitiable. They had bravely stepped forward to fight, but how long could they possibly hold these monsters off?
GRRRR.
Grrr. The salivating werewolves lunged at the 5. Now! Boom! The fireball lily shot exploded upon the leading werewolf. The explosion was massive, and the charred werewolf crumbled to the ground. It was a commendable magic attack from a level 30 R-class magician. But that was as far as she could go. They lacked the power to fend off the rest.
No.
Gah! Their protective shield shattered instantly, and the 5 of them were cornered. Drooling, the werewolves closed in on their prey. Then, bang dash! From afar, a distant gunshot rang out. Whoosh! Like a streak of light, something pierced through the leading werewolf. Recognizing the object, Lily murmured, "A bullet?" It was a bullet. The bullet that had pierced the forehead of the front werewolf continued on to penetrate the neck of the one beside it and then lodged in the chest of another. 3 werewolves spat blood and collapsed simultaneously. Lunard, along with the other werewolves, was taken aback. "What is this?" Lunard, observing his subordinates who had been taken down by a single bullet, narrowed his eyes in fury. "Where the hell dash? Bang dash!" Before he could finish, another bullet came whizzing by. It was then that Lunard could pinpoint the sniper's location. The southern wall. From the distant southern wall, barely visible as a speck, bullets flew across the entire city of Crossroad to land here, outside the northern wall. And they did so without losing any momentum. Thud! Thump! Thump dash! Another 3 were taken down. As Lunard looked down at his subordinates, who were dropping like flies, he laughed. "You dare challenge me with such tricks?" Then, flash! Suddenly, a blue magic core teleported out of thin air. It was the commonly seen R-class magic core. And then, boom! Rumble! In a flash, an R-ranked magic core acted as the nucleus, pulling bricks and wooden fragments from thin air. Before anyone could react, a massive cubic structure had formed and planted itself firmly on the ground. It was a grotesque building with a massive body, studded all over with thick, shield-shaped armaments. It looked remarkably sturdy. Lunard couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. "What on earth is this?" "It's called a shield turret, pup," I murmured, sighing in relief as I read the words, "Installation complete," in the system window before me. Before my eyes, the entire city wall was spread out like a 3D blueprint. I was back in Stage 2, faced with the familiar screen for installing defense towers. Around the Crossroad city walls, the map could be opened to precisely pinpoint installation spots. In other areas, this feature wasn't available. Magic cores were simply tossed out and structures were erected. Regardless, I had just installed the newly researched defense tower, the shield turret, in front of the north gate. While this defense tower lacked defensive capabilities, it excelled in other areas. A tower specialized in provocation and tanking. It serves as a temporary tank, effectively drawing monsters' attention and absorbing their attacks. Given the absence of a frontline tank hero on the battlefield, there's no other defense tower more useful at this moment. "Don't underestimate it, monster," I sneered. "Yes, I may have screwed up due to a momentary lapse, but I'm a veteran with 742 rounds in this game, you bastard." Of course, I had more than a few tricks up my sleeve. The shield turret would grab the monster's attention, and Damien's sniping would thin their numbers. With that, a makeshift defense line had been established. It might not hold for long, but it should buy us enough time until reinforcements arrive. Once I send defense troops to the northeast. Lord! It was then. Lucas' urgent shout broke through the chaos. "The main force of those beasts is charging!" Exclamation point! I clenched my teeth, turning to the south. Under a moonlight that illuminated the southern plains as if it were day. A woo! A woo dash! A long, haunting howl filled the air, signaling the werewolf legion's advance. Seems like they grew impatient just sitting around. The main werewolf force began sprinting towards the southern wall at a terrifying speed. Damn it! They're coming at us from all sides. But these mutts should think twice. Do they really think someone with my experience in this game can't handle this much? Lucas. In a split second, having assessed the situation, I issued an order. I'm delegating command to you. Take charge of the southern wall and fend off their main force. Yes, sir. Third and fourth party, along with 4 mages from the Magic Battalion, reassemble under Lucas' command. Focus on defending the southern wall. ID kept the third and fourth backup parties and had Fox, Rabbit, Kitty, and Piggy from the Magic Battalion ready as a firepower team. With ample troops, solid defenses, and Lucas overseeing it, I wasn't too worried about the southern wall, even with the enemy's main force approaching. Damien. Turning my head, I called out to Damien, who continued sniping towards the north. Keep sniping here. Focus on the north until the citizens in the northern shelter are safely evacuated. If the situation becomes critical on the east and west, assist them as well. I'm counting on you. Yes, Your Highness. From the southern walls to the north, east, and west. It was an insane directive to cover the entire perimeter of the city, but Damien did not hesitate, and I didn't consider it an excessive command either. Damien had that much capability. Evangeline, Junior, and the Penal Squad. I gestured to the north as I called out the remaining hero characters. We're heading to the scene. Right now. Yes, sir. Every second counts. Run. Well, lead the way. Whoosh. Evangeline was the first to rush along the walls towards the north, moving as swiftly as a flying squirrel. The Penal Squad hastily descended below the walls and began to sprint directly towards the north. After issuing a few more instructions to Lucas, I too was about to descend from the walls when Junior extended her hand to me. Hold on, Your Highness. They'll get you there swiftly. You can use flying magic or something. I can do a similar trick. As I grasped Junior's hand, she conjured a wind, lifting us gracefully into the air. We soared, gliding like paragliders from the walls down to the city streets. Upon landing in front of the barracks, I shouted to the soldiers rushing out in haste. All waiting troops, reorganize into 3 squads. Squad 1 to the east gate, Squad 2 to the west gate, and Squad 3 to the north gate. Move out immediately. Yes, Lord. Thanks to their experience from previous defensive battles, the soldiers were notably quick in their actions. Almost immediately, the reorganized soldiers began running in their designated directions. As I was about to take hold of Junior's hand and fly once more with her wind magic, Correja stumbled out of the barracks. What on earth? What is happening, Your Highness? It's best you stay hidden inside the barracks, Correja. I gritted my teeth, staring intently at the northern city gate. It's a complete mess out there. Correja looked around, following my gaze, and swallowed hard, his face pale with shock. Flames were erupting from the east and west gates. Dark smoke rose menacingly into the sky. Civilians who had sought refuge were now fleeing into the city through the north gate, continuously screaming in terror and shedding tears. The entire city was in utter chaos. I shuddered. Tonight seems like it's going to be a long one. Chapter 256. Rushing toward the northern wall, I continually berated myself internally. I had played this game up to the 742nd round. The experience accumulated then had become a formidable asset, helping me manage the hellish front lines of this place all this time. But what about now? Blinded by the game's rule that monsters always attack humans on the shortest route, therefore fighting only at the southern wall, I failed to consider other possibilities. My experience in the game, played 742 times, had rigidified my thinking. I had thought the battlefield of this fortress was only the southern wall because that was the rule in the game. However, the werewolves had circumvented it. Not only the wall, but they also went around the game's rule. And it worked wonders. I should do the same. Biting my lip lightly, I urged myself on. Don't be trapped within the rules. Ash. Think above them. This place was already beyond a gameite was reality. There were numerous ways to bypass the rules of the game. Everything depended on my actions. One shouldn't be ruled by the rules. One should rule the rules. In that moment, a vague realization brushed past my mind. The question that had tormented me in recent weeks. And the key to leading this defense to success. The answer that ties everything together shimmered before my eyes, as elusive as a mirage. Struggling to organize my thoughts, gritting my teeth, I dashed towards the northern gate with Junior. At the northern gate, thump, thump, thump. True to its name, the shield turret had a cannon gate. Although it didn't deal significant damage, the cannon fired bullets that applied a taunting effect to the hit opponents. Thump, thump, boom boom. The shield turret faithfully executed its role, firing taunting bullets in all directions, drawing the werewolves to itself. The problem was crack, creak, creak. The hastily constructed shield turret's armor was too thin to withstand the powerful attacks of the werewolves. Kaboom! The turret's armor shattered, bursting in all directions. Half destroyed, werewolves clinging to the turret all howled in unison. A woo dash. Then, to these werewolves, whiz dash. A magic bullet flew in like a ray of light. It was a magic bullet shot by Damien from the southern wall, a brutal snipe that effortlessly took down 3 at a shot. However, clang. It was deflected. Lunard, entering the bullet's trajectory, blocked the magic bullet with all his might. A satisfied smile graced the face of the Nightmare Legion commander. Well done, sniper. Every time the Wolf King's claw-like nails, reflecting the moonlight, swung around, Damien's magic bullets disintegrated, scattering like stardust. But this won't penetrate my claws. Bring something stronger. Come on, hurry. Responding to that, a more potent snipe came flying in. Zing dash. Ruin Magibullet. It was a powerful magic bullet shot by Damien with his second skill. Recognizing the immense power of the magic bullet, glowing red like a malevolent star, Lunard immediately sensed its threat. So he didn't block it. Thunk. Thud. Whack. Twisting his body, he narrowly avoided the demonic bullet. The heads of the 3 werewolf minions exploded into fragments. Lunard laughed softly. Ah, so that's its power. He had gauged the might of the demonic bullet by sacrificing the lives of his 3 minions. Screedash. As the next Ruin Magibullet approached, Lunard readied himself, intertwining his 10 claws, as if casting a net in front of him. Now try and pierce through. Clang dash. The meshed 10 claws collided with the bullet midair. Intense sparks scattered in all directions. The Ruin Magibullet managed to break 5 of Lunard's claws and crack the other 5. Yet, it halted just in front of Lunard's face. Damaging my claws like this impressive. Lunard, looking satisfied, flicked his massive hand downwards. As the broken and cracked claws shattered onto the ground, new, sharp claws, gleaming with a metallic sheen, sprouted from his fingertips almost instantaneously. It was as if he was unsheathing freshly forged blades. But that won't be enough to touch the heart of this Wolf King. Lunard laughed gleefully as he countered every incoming missile with his claws. This won't stop my advance. While Lunard deflected Damien's bullets, the other werewolves completely destroyed the shield turret. Smoke billowed from the turret, its magic core utterly obliterated. After ripping out the remnants of the magic core and tossing them aside, the werewolves, with their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, turned their gaze to the northern gate of Crossroad. Move out, my wolf pack. Leading his minions, Lunard began to advance. Let's indulge in a night of slaughter. Lunard, at the forefront, brushed off Damien's bullets as he charged forward, and the rest of the werewolves followed in a rush. Meanwhile, the northern gate of Crossroad was still a chaotic mess. Please let us in. We need to get inside. The monsters are coming. Ah! The evacuating citizens were packed together, unable to enter the gate, screaming in terror as they looked over their shoulders at the approaching monsters. Then it happened. Thudding footsteps. Charge-y. A girl in armor leaped from the city walls, her platinum hair fluttering as she landed gracefully. How dare you make a fuss in my Crossroad territory dash? Her emerald eyes shone with a sharp flash. Clear the path. From the southern walls to the northern ones, without stopping even once, Evangeline Cross arrived faster than anyone else. From atop the wall, she launched herself, her enormous shield aimed straight at Lunard. Too slow, shield knight. Lunard easily dodged the shield charge, smirking. But, "I'm a lance knight, you fluffy puppy dash." Evangeline swung the lance hidden behind her shield. Bam! The power behind Evangeline's lunge, backed by all her momentum, was immense. Lunard, attempting to stop the lunge with his hand, was met with an explosion of sparks and blood from within his grasp. Yet, in the end, Evangeline's charge halted. Lunard, holding her lance in his hand, chuckled. "You did well, but is that all? Is that all you got, you little pup?" Thwack! Following closely was Damien's sniper shot that struck Lunard's hand, who was holding the tip of the spear. Lunard instinctively dodged, releasing his grip on Evangeline's spear. Once free, Evangeline got up close to Lunard, alternating between smacking him with her shield and spear. The spear knight and the sniper were working together, cornering the Nightmare Legion leader. Blocking both the shield and the spear, as well as evading the sniper shots, Lunard laughed in satisfaction. "You've coordinated quite well, humans." Evangeline and Damien's duo was successfully holding Lunard off. However, swoosh dash, the remaining werewolves lunged, aiming to kill the citizens of the North Gate. About a dozen werewolves remained. Against hundreds of defenseless citizens, this number could slaughter them as swiftly as a herd of sheep. "Block them!" Shooting fireballs, Lily shouted. Lilith's party of 5 and the North Gate guards stood in front of the werewolves, but couldn't hold out for long. The wolves knew very well that the human soldiers were trying to protect the civilians. So they bypassed the soldiers and charged at the civilians. As the startled soldiers threw themselves in front of the civilians, the wolves turned their claws and teeth against the disoriented soldiers. "Gah! Arg! Stand your ground! Maintain the formation!" Lilith's party and the soldiers were quickly killed or injured, but they couldn't retreat. Margarita desperately threw up shields and healing spells, and Lily, gritting her teeth, summoned her magic to fire off fireballs. But their limits were clear.
Heh, heh.
No more. Magic! As the shield magic faded and the fireballs ceased, there was no more strength left to hold the wolves back. The werewolves shifted their attention to easier prey. Unable to enter the castle gate, 2 children, a boy and a girl, who were conspicuously protruding outwards, were crying in each other's embrace. As the wolves lunged at the 2 tasty-looking lives, swiping with their claws. Eek! Lily threw herself between the wolves and the children, taking the brunt of the wolves' attack on her back. Crunch! Clang! The wolves' claws tore Lilith's wheelchair to shreds. However, having taken the attacks on her back, Lily was unharmed. The children she shielded, and the wolves that had slashed with their claws, all looked bewildered. Holding the children close and protecting them, Lily gave a weak smile. Flame skin. Her unique ability allowed her to evade all physical attacks at the cost of consuming magic. The problem? She was now truly out of magic. The werewolves surrounding Lily slashed relentlessly. Holding the children close, Lily clenched her eyes shut. Since her first day at the monster front, she had always anticipated this end. But these innocent children in her embrace, how could they? In a matter of moments, her magic drained. Lily whispered softly to the sobbing children. "It's okay. It'll be over soon. Close your eyes." The children, shivering, closed their eyes. But Lily didn't. She gritted her teeth, glaring at the wolves slashing at her. "By any means, if I could muster up enough magic power, maybe I could take down at least one of them." In that moment, whoosh, whoosh dash, arrows rained down from the side. Giant arrows shot from a great bow pierced through the throats of werewolves that were heading towards the other citizens. The wolves tumbled to the ground, letting out grotesque sounds. Simultaneously, thunk, thth thunk. Sturdy spear-like projectiles flew in, piercing through the bodies of the werewolves. The werewolves surrounding Lily retreated rapidly, gnashing their teeth in desperation. Huh? A flustered Lily opened her mouth slightly. This familiar combat style, could it be? Just then, one stubborn werewolf, refusing to give up, lunged at Lily with its claws bared once more. Faster than that swipe, a man wearing a hood and cape charged forward, spear in hand. Whoosh dash! The spear cleanly impaled the werewolf's chest. Phew! The man expertly kicked the werewolf's chest to retrieve his spear and then, exhaling a sigh of relief, turned to Lily. I apologize. I was a bit late in coming back. Lilith's eyes widened in recognition. Could it be? Upon removing his hood, the man's familiar face was revealed. Godhand. Brushing back his distinct elvish teal hair, he shot Lily a sly grin. The captain of the firepower team from Shadow Squad under Monster Frontline, Godhand, twirled his spear and took a stance. Shadow Squad trio, reporting back to Monster Frontline as of now. Similarly removing their hoods, Bodybag and Burnout stood to Godhand's left and right. Bodybag, using telekinesis, retrieved the thrown spears and levitated them in midair, while Burnout readied another arrow on his great bow, enchanting it with explosive properties. With eyes as cold as metal directed at the growling monsters in front of him, Godhand declared without hesitation, "We're here to expel the monsters." Chapter 257. Taking a deep breath, charge. With a battle cry, Evangeline thrust her lance forward. The lance, glowing with a pure white light, tore through the space, charging forward. Clang! Lunard effortlessly deflected the attack with a swing of his claw. A smug smile was playing on his lips. It was clear, Lunard was far stronger than Evangeline. Evangeline's desperate attacks were easily parried by Lunard, but zing dash! Coup! Every light attack from Lunard was landing as a heavy blow on Evangeline. Each time Lunard's claws shimmered under the moonlight and cut through the air, plates attached to Evangeline's armor were swept away. The armor that Evangeline currently wore was the golem armor. Several layers of golem plates were stacked onto it, making its defense as reliable as any other top-tier armors. Yet it was breaking, like feathers scattering from a bird hit by a bullet. Pieces of Evangeline's plates shattered with each of Lunard's attacks. Damn it! Holding up her shield, marred with claw marks, Evangeline tried to steady her breath. Scratches marred her pale cheeks and neck. Lunard licked the blood off his claws, giggling. To stand alone against the Nightmare Legion commander. Quite brave. It's time to pay for your youthful arrogance, young knight. Throughout all this, Damien's sniping support continued. Without Damien's support, Evangeline would have already lost her life. Bang! Boom dash! The problem was that Damien's sniping wasn't infinite. After exhausting the bullets of the Black Queen, Damien had refilled his magic power to continue sniping. But even that had run out. Now, he was providing sniping support with his second rifle, the Hunter's Retribution. But its power was noticeably weaker. Snipers become formidable with their bullets and range. But without those, they are significantly weakened. Lunard kept deflecting the incoming bullets as if swatting away pesky bugs. As the sniping grew weaker, Lunard shifted his remaining strength to intensify his attacks on Evangeline. Zing dash! The Wolf King's claws ruthlessly scraped the armor and shield. Thunk! The last of the plates attached to Evangeline's armor fell off. Now only in the base structure of the golem armor, Evangeline tightly gripped her nearly shattered shield. Any last words? A confident Lunard sneered. Listen. I have the courtesy to hear the last words of a human who held me off this long. Every time you open that trap of yours, it's like you're barking. Sure you're not a dog? Evangeline smirked mischievously and subtly gestured behind her. If you want last words, maybe you should have asked your minions first? Shocked by her words, Lunard turned her gaze towards the northern gate. All the werewolves who had been attacking the north gate with him lay dead. The 3 members of the Shadow Squad had timely joined the fray and with their overwhelming firepower, had torn through the wolves. Soldiers who had raced from the barracks joined later than the rest, but they finished off the werewolves and orderly ushered the citizens into the city. Lunard let out a sarcastic laugh. A lance knight and a sniper. His fight with this duo was so thrilling He inadvertently overlooked the fact that all of his subordinates had died in the meantime. These damned fools. Thud. Thwoosh. Godhand, who confirmed the kill of the last werewolf by thrusting 2 lances into its neck, withdrew his weapon and turned to look at Evangeline. All the monsters have been dealt with, Evangeline. Observing the tattered shield hanging on Evangeline's arm, Godhand transformed his 2 lances into a large shield. A fitting spell for a metal sorcerer. Use this for now. Catching the shield thrown by Godhand, Evangeline gave a toothy grin. It's reassuring to see you after so long, Godhand. I'm glad to be back on the monster front. The outside world has too many frightening events. Even more than this monster-infested place? Ha-ha. Godhand chuckled awkwardly and stood beside Evangeline. At the northern city wall, Burnout and Bodybag were setting up a giant ballista, and Saintess Margarita was bestowing heals and shields on Evangeline. In her broken wheelchair on the ground, Lily still held the boy and girl from before tightly in her embrace. Watching Godhand's retreating figure, she murmured, "Well, Mad Wolf King, all your little dog minions are dead." Gripping her shield firmly, Evangeline jauntily faced Lunard. "What now? Think you can take on all of us alone?" Reinforcements kept arriving from the southern part of the city. Lunard silently watched the growing human shadows on the wall. "Excuse me, move aside. Make way." Pushing past the citizens, even the penal squad arrived. With time, even more people would gather here. Eventually, Lunard alone might struggle to resist. Lunard is strong. His strength is raw, unbridled force. It emanates from an unbelievably resilient body, an honest display of martial might. Hence, his limits are evident. He can't resort to tricks and magic like other Nightmare Legion commanders to overturn the tide or perform miracles. Though his strength is monumental, when faced with an even greater force, he would lose without any variables. Thus, as a Legion commander, Lunard never engages in direct combat with an opponent stronger than himself. He ambushes, kidnaps, and employs every tactic at his disposal to introduce unpredictability. Ho-dash! Taking a deep breath, Lunard, "Awoo!" released a howl so fierce it seemed to pierce the heavens. Beneath the bright moonlit sky, the Wolf King's cry resonated sharply. All around, people clamped their ears shut, collapsing to the ground, while citizens still evacuating either fainted or fell. "Awoo! Awoo!" Answering the Wolf King's cry, from all around Crossroads battlefield, the howls of werewolves echoed. Covering her ears and staggering, Evangeline gritted her teeth. What did he do? Call for reinforcements. Reinforcements. With a smirk curling up at the corner of his mouth, Lunard took a large step forward. "The tables have turned, Lancer. Count the number of you trying to stop me." Lunard gestured towards the northern gate. "Isn't it a bit excessive?" "What? I mean, all these soldiers gathered just to stop me, when I'm here alone." Evangeline, with a baffled look, glanced up at the northern wall. Indeed, it was true. Battles against formidable monsters like Lunard should be handled by heroes, not regular soldiers. Yet, the northern wall was swarming with ordinary troops. The enemy had staged a surprise attack from behind. The regular civilians outside were now in danger. So, it made sense that the majority of the standby soldiers had rushed to this spot. But, aren't the defenses on the east and west getting thinner? Confirming that the human force's main strength was concentrated in the south, a simultaneous surprise attack on the north, east, and west ensued. Among those, the north was led by the Wolf King himself. A successful breakthrough would be great, but even failing wouldn't matter much. With the enemy leader's appearance, the human defense against the surprise attack naturally gravitated towards the north. Already in a state of turmoil, defenses for the east and west were inevitably weakened, especially if the enemy forces there appeared small. That's when the breakthrough command would be given. "I brought along 100 subordinates on this raid. I have 20 of them with me here," Lunard explained to Evangeline in a friendly, jovial tone. 10 each will fake attacks on the east and west, but when I signal, An additional 30 covert operatives who've been hiding will attempt a surprise breakthrough on both sides. They'll breach the gates and invade the city. That was roughly the plan. Lunard's strategy had worked brilliantly. Because the number of werewolves appearing at the east and west gates was perceived as small and manageable, almost all the soldiers had gravitated towards the north gate. If from the beginning a huge number of werewolves had swarmed the east and west gates, reinforcements from the center and south would have bolstered those defenses, and a sufficient number of soldiers would have likely thwarted the surprise attack. But the soldiers, assuming the main ambush was from the north, had abandoned the east and west to focus on the northern front. If the east and west gates were to be attacked under these circumstances, damn it, send soldiers to the east and west GA. Just as Evangeline was about to order, thud, Lunard took another step forward. Suddenly, a terrifyingly violent aura, like nothing before, began emanating from the Wolf King's body. Remember when you asked if I could take on all of you by myself, Lancer? Lunard bared his teeth, a mad laugh escaping him. My answer is I don't know. We'll have to fight to find out. As a military leader, Lunard would never face an opponent stronger than himself head-on. But as a warrior, Lunard would eagerly challenge someone perceived mightier. He was a cold-blooded hunter, yet also a passionate martial artist. Though these two personas seemed contradictory, he embraced both as part of his identity. He was both a wolf and a human. Well, let me see if I can take you all on. Toward the fortress wall teeming with humans, the Wolf King began his solitary march. Let the battle begin, humans. Eastern wall. Pant, pant, pant. Standing atop the wall, I wiped the sweat trickling down my chin with the back of my hand. The Shadow Squad had appeared on the ally list in the system window, and the moment I confirmed they had engaged in battle at the north gate, I redirected toward the east gate, while Junior headed for the west gate. The first reason was that we had enough troops to resist them at the north gate. I had a feeling these wolf bastards wouldn't just settle for a simple three-front surprise attack. That was the second reason. The situation was already a chaotic mess. It wouldn't be a surprise if these bastards complicated things even more here. If enemy forces were to rush into the east and west gates at staggered intervals in this scenario, we would undoubtedly collapse. That's why Junior and I had split up to defend. Damn it, they really came. Boom, 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 boom. The automatic defense turret beside me belched fire. In front of me lay the body of a werewolf sliced by a magic blade, while in the distance, werewolves affected by my gaze of command were frantically attacking one another. We somehow managed to defend the east gate. With the help of a few remaining soldiers and my efforts, we had managed to hold the east gate. Looks like the north gate has been defended too. If only the west gate that Junior went to hold can be successfully defended, maybe we can salvage this mess. Or so I thought. Ding. Warning. The city's west gate has been captured. Staring at the glaring red system notification in front of me, I was at a loss for words. The absolute worst notification one would want to see in a defense game. The fall of the city gate loomed before me. Chapter 258. A short while ago at the west gate. The moment Junior had just joined the defense of the west gate. Climbing atop the fortress walls, Junior's eyes widened in shock at the sight before her. What is this? Outside the west gate, several soldiers were ensnared by werewolves. The werewolves were using these soldiers as human shields and were advancing, while the soldiers on the walls, their bows aimed, trembled with fear. What on earth is happening? When the werewolves first invaded, Captain Hans of the West Gate defense led a chase. One of the archers answered Junior's question. It was a trap. Dozens more werewolves appeared, and our entire pursuit team was captured. These fools. They should have just defended. Why chase them? Half of the defenders were killed in their first assault. On the wall, soldiers lay scattered. The explaining soldier gritted his teeth. Hans said he couldn't let the fleeing ones go, so he pursued. Even so. At that moment, the youngest among the captured soldiers, Captain Hans, shouted loudly. What are you all doing? Shoot. Do you want to endanger everyone inside the wall because of us? Shoot now. Hans yelled towards the soldier beside Junior. Shoot, Miller. Now. Ugh. But the soldier, Miller, choked back tears as he slowly lowered his bow. I can't shoot. With a trembling voice, Miller tried to explain to Junior. Hans, that guy, he's my friend. We grew up together like brothers. How can I kill him with my own hands? Outside the wall, Hans gritted his teeth. It's a commander's order, you idiots. Shoot now. At the command, a few of the shivering soldiers released their arrows. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows rained down, but the werewolves calmly raised their human shields, blocking the onslaught. Arg! Arg! Ow! It hurts! Pierced by arrows, the soldiers screamed in agony. Hans, with arrows stuck in his abdomen and knee, couldn't hold back his groans either. The werewolves closed the distance to the wall, laughing all the while. The faces of the soldiers on the wall turned deathly pale. Feeling the rapidly waning morale of the defense squad, Junior stepped forward. I have to stop them. As she began casting her magic, Junior tried to think rationally. Once captured by the werewolves, those soldiers are as good as dead. Now's not the time for sympathy. I have to wipe out the werewolves with an area spell. But then, even though she knew it logically, images from Junior's childhood flashed through her mind as she summoned the elements of lightning and wind. The screams of soldiers being used as human shields overlapped with memories of people in his childhood village dying from lightning. No, it's not the same as that day. It was a necessary sacrifice. A sacrifice for a greater cause. Who decides what that cause is? Junior hesitated, weighing the value of a life, doing the math of addition and subtraction, and if necessary, readily sacrificing the lives of allies. Junior lacked the leadership ability to make those decisions. Frozen in place, he couldn't unleash his magic at the hostage. And in that moment, the fate of the Western Gate was sealed. Thump dash. Judging they were close enough, the werewolves all began charging at once. In desperation, Junior swiftly changed her magic element to water and released a massive surge. But it was too late. Splash. Dozens of werewolves engulfed by the torrential water blast were thrown aside. However, a few at the forefront managed to penetrate the water barrage and got as close as the gate itself. Thump dash. Leading the pack, a colossal white werewolf fiercely leaped, scaling the fortress wall with an unbelievable agility. White werewolf. Only 4 of these elite monsters existed in the Werewolf Legion, ranking second only to the Wolf King. Dodging consecutive water bombs Junior hurled with impressive agility, the white werewolf reached the top of the fortress wall and lunged at Junior, slashing its claws. Gah! While grappling with the massive creature, Junior shouted at her troops. I'll handle this beast. Hold back the other wolves. But, keep them at bay. As she deflected the wolf's fangs with her staff, Junior's shout sounded almost like a scream. Hold them back dash. The shaken soldiers began releasing their arrows once more towards the battleground. However, their response was too slow. Dozens of werewolves had already climbed the wall, swarming the fortress. The defense, having lost a significant number of men and their captain captured, lacked the strength to fend off the invaders. Eventually, growl, growl, one by one werewolves began to stand atop the wall. Thwack! Thwack dash! From the southern wall, Damien hastily began to offer supporting fire, but it was too little too late. The number of werewolves on the wall rapidly increased. Swoosh! Swish dash! Arg! Please spare us. The monster's claws and fangs didn't take long to ravage the soldiers defending the wall. The soldiers, who served both as shields and hostages, were discarded atop the wall like trash. Hans, struck by friendly arrows and stabbed by a werewolf, lay in a corner of the wall coughing up blood. Miller, completely drained of morale, slowly knelt in front of the ailing Hans. Hans murmured weakly, "Idiot! Bastard!" Miller whispered hoarsely, "I'm sorry." Slice. The claw of a charging werewolf slashed Miller's throat. As Hans blankly watched this, the light gradually faded from his eyes. The wall was completely overrun, and in mere minutes, creak groan, the gates were opened by the werewolves who had entered. The fall of the western gate was completed so unceremoniously and swiftly. Howl! Howl dash! The howling werewolves began to invade the inner city, leaving only about 10 surrounding Junior.
Ha! Ha! Ha!
Surveying the werewolves encircling her without any gaps, Junior's eyes darted around. She was a mage. With a colossal firepower and the ability to think on her feet, she was still the epitome of a classic mage. Vulnerable in close combat with pitiful defenses, and if she didn't have a spell cast, she became incredibly weak. A glass cannon that would easily break without a party member to take the vanguard. And now, around 10 werewolves, creatures specialized in close combat, surrounded her, with one of them even being the elite white werewolf. Junior believed she could handle at least half of them, but she quickly realized that her own life was at stake. Biting down hard, Junior thought, in a place like this? Just then, thwack, thwack, thwack. Arrows of wind flew in, piercing through the necks of the werewolves. The startled werewolves turned to see a more ferocious windstorm approaching, knocking them off their feet. I thought the city seemed too noisy, so I came out to check. It was Reyna, gracefully ascending the city walls on a gust of wind magic. These wolves sure are causing a ruckus. Wearing a hospital gown overlaid with an imperial coat, and a cigarette hanging loosely from her lips, Reyna extended her forefinger and released another volley of wind bullets. Thwack! A fierce wind blew, and simultaneously, Junior unleashed torrents of water in all directions. Chuckling, the werewolves were thrown into chaos. When another powerful mage appeared and they began their combined assault, the white werewolf quickly commanded its subordinates to retreat. Although Junior and Reyna continually bombarded the beast with wind and lightning, the white werewolf managed to escape through the flames, even as its fellow werewolves were dying around it. Ha! Ha! Reyna, leaning on her staff, approached the heavily panting Junior. Are you okay, Jupiter's daughter? Looking down at the open city gates, Junior's eyes narrowed. I made a mistake. If I had just used my magic, regardless of those monsters taking hostages, I could have burned them all. Then the other soldiers wouldn't have died, and the gates wouldn't have been opened. Yes, had you done that, you'd have been an exceptional mage, Reyna said in a tone neither cold nor tender. But the moment you do such a thing without hesitation, you cease to be human. Reyna, standing beside the guilt-ridden Junior, gestured towards the interior of the gate. Lift your head, kiddo. Only the gates have opened. The world isn't over yet. What's done is done. Now we need to rectify it. Reyna smirked. A mage is the only one who can put the spilled water back into the jar, right? Junior, rejuvenated by these words, quickly splashed water on her face and widened her eyes. Both mages simultaneously leapt off the city walls. They were determined to hunt down and eliminate every last wolf monster that had infiltrated the city. There were several prisons located on the outskirts of Crossroad, but the prison where the death row inmate Camus was held was to the west. Camus, who had been dozing off in the cold cell, squinting on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. Monsters had entered the city. We have to stop them. Let's move quickly. There had been disturbances outside for a while. Now, the prison guards were seen hurriedly conversing amongst themselves. But watching over the prisoners is our primary duty. Damn it! Are these prisoners the issue right now? If monsters get further into the city, civilian casualties will snowball. Grab your weapons. Join the defense. The guards swiftly poured out of the prison. Camus stared blankly at the scene before sinking back into his bed. He was set to be executed soon. It didn't matter to him what transpired in the outside world. He just wished for the tedious hours to pass and to face his imminent death. Then it happened. Bang. Crash. Growl. Ag.
No.
We messed up. We did. Please, spare us. Not long after the guards had left, they were violently thrown back into the prison. The sound of metal being twisted, bones breaking, and the growling of a wolf-like monster echoed throughout. What the hell? Camus, roused from his sleep, sat up. Beyond the bars, he saw a wolf monster vigorously chewing on two guards. As Camus tried to make sense of the situation, the werewolf grabbed the bars of his cell with both hands and forcibly pried them open, entering his cell. Grr, grr. The beast's bloodshot eyes blazed with hunger. In the next instant, Camus hurled himself behind the corpse of a guard lying on the floor. His hand reached the sword sheathed by the guard's waist. Swoosh! With deft skill, Camus drew the blade, dodged the descending claws of the werewolf, and in a fluid motion, plunged the sword into the wolf's throat. Thud! It was the masterful swordsmanship of an SR-grade hero character, powerful enough to end the life of the unsuspecting werewolf. Growl! Grr! The werewolf, vomiting blood, collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Camus clicked his tongue. "I'm sentenced to execution, not to become food for monsters like you." Howl! Howl! The distant cries of monsters echoed from outside the prison. Camus narrowed his eyes, glaring out. What in the world is happening? Still, it might be a blessing. After all, he was a prisoner and shouldn't venture outside. Camus intended to curl up on his bed and sleep once again. However, he saw that the werewolf he had slain had ruined his bed, spilling its hot blood all over. Sigh. Camus let out a long, weary sigh. It's even hard to die peacefully. Chapter 259. At the same time, the southern wall. Ah, 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 ah. Damien gasped heavily. His whole trembling body was drenched in sweat. There was darkness under his eyes, and his fingertips were spasming. Damien possessed 6 magical guns in total. The rifles, Black Queen, and Hunter's Revenge, the automatic Woodpecker, and 3 handguns named Cerberus. Among them, only the Black Queen and Hunter's Revenge were capable of long-range firing. To fend off the Wolf King, he had used up all the ammunition in both guns, and now he was converting his own magic power into bullets to shoot. But he had reached his limit. From the beginning, Damien's passive skill, Magibullet Refinement, wasn't an efficient skill. He had been squeezing out his magic power to form and shoot bullets, but as time went on, their power decreased and the exhaustion was extreme. But if I don't shoot, the situation was too dire. After the fierce battle at the North Gate had temporarily calmed down, now both the East and West Gates were under simultaneous attack. Eventually, the West Gate fell. Werewolves were rushing into the city. If he couldn't stop them, who knew what damage would occur within the city? Ugh! Hook! Desperately, Damien spread out his right hand, trying to gather magic. White magic started to form in the palm of his hand, looking as if it might form a bullet. But in the end, the magic dispersed due to insufficiency. Coughing up blood, Damien knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground. Pull yourself together, Damien. Just focus. You can do this. The prince trusted and relied on you. So you have to do it. As Damien murmured with his eyes closed, thud, someone placed a cold magic potion in front of him. Startled, Damien looked up. Take a 5-minute break, Damien. It was Lucas, with a typical Lucas expression meaning, cold in Ash's absence, flatly ordered. You're no help in your current state. Rest and regroup. But the city's situation. Better to take a quick rest and then shoot 10 times than to shoot once, vomit blood, and completely collapse. Lucas was right. Damien bit his lip. You're important, Damien. Don't fight to the point of sacrificing yourself. Being a sniper isn't just about seeing from afar. Also, anticipate the battle situation multiple moves ahead. Lucas signaled, and 10 reserve party members rushed over. Team up with them. After a 5-minute break, enter the city. Focus on exterminating the infiltrated wolves. But, Sir Lucas, if we do that, the defense of the southern wall. Already, on Lucas' command, the defense force of the southern wall had sent out as many people as possible to other walls. If they also pulled out 10 more hero reserves from here, the defense of the southern wall would thin even more. Why worry? A faint smile appeared on Lucas' face. I'm here. I'll do my job. You do yours. With that, Lucas turned and headed back to the wall. Damien wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly downed the magic potion that Lucas handed him. Sir Lucas. As Lucas returned to the edge of the rampart, Fox, the leader among the quartet of the Mage Brigade, approached and said, I have no idea what kind of confidence led you to withdraw all our troops and redirect them elsewhere. At this rate, these walls are at risk. You do realize that, right? Lucas took a deep breath and looked down at the southern wall. Boom! 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 Expertly dodging the rain of arrows and cannonballs, hundreds of werewolves were almost right up to the southern wall. They were about to start climbing the wall. While there were plenty of artillery left, all the heroes and soldiers capable of hand-to-hand combat had been sent to another wall. If those creatures managed to climb over, the southern wall would surely fall. Lucas briefly locked eyes with the approaching werewolf monsters, their eyes glowing a fiery red, and then asked in a low voice, Is the magical support ready? Of course, but even if we four are part of the Mage Brigade, this number of werewolves. I'm not asking for a miracle. Just provide cover. Fox looked puzzled. Cover? For whom? For me. Clank. From behind the visor of his helmet, Lucas' blue eyes blazed like fire. I'm diving in. What? Before the bewildered Fox could grasp Lucas' intentions, Lucas placed his foot on the edge of the wall. So, please cover me. Whoosh. And then, without a moment's hesitation, he hurled himself off the wall. What madness? In shock, Fox leaned over the wall, fully expecting to see a suicide jump. But he was wrong. Hush! Lucas was gliding down the wall. His steel boots struck sparks against the wall as he slid, making it look as if he were running amidst flames. The ground approached quickly. At the base of the wall, the first werewolf was starting to sink its claws in and climb.
RRRR? RRRR?
Having not expected to encounter a human from the wall, the werewolves stared dumbly at the approaching Lucas. Without hesitation, Lucas swung his drawn longsword. Slash! The heads of the werewolves flew simultaneously. At the same moment, whoosh! Using his foot to push off the wall, he soared through the air. From Lucas' back exploded a radiant golden aura. It appeared as wings, yet also resembled a cloak, shining brilliantly like his hair. Roar! The golden aura erupted and soon enveloped Lucas' entire body. With that radiant glow, Lucas, amidst the pack of werewolves, dropped like a bomb. Boom! A thick plume of smoke enveloped the area. The startled werewolves gawked at the epicenter of the explosion, where the human missile had landed. From that height and at that speed, one would expect him to be out cold. Hud. As the smoke cleared, Lucas stood unscathed. Upon landing, Lucas stood atop the crushed bodies of two werewolves. A golden aura stretched long and bright behind him. He was unscathed. This inexplicable event left both the monsters and the humans on the walls in confusion. Only Lucas calmly stretched his aching body. The ultimate skill Lucas had awakened this time. Divine Descent. Its effect was incredibly straightforward and, as a result, powerful. It temporarily doubled Lucas' stats and enhanced all his skills. The passive skill Man of Steel, originally designed to bolster defense and negate a near-fatal damage once, was now offering a defense enhancement several times stronger than usual due to the Divine Descent. Then there was his second skill, Step of Persistence. When he activated this skill, kicking the fortress wall with the power of Divine Descent, not only did it allow him to move more than twice the usual distance, almost like teleporting, but the backlash damage from this rapid movement was also negated by his magic power. Stat Explosion, Tremendous Defense Enhancement, and Damage Negation. Trusting in these, Lucas had thrown himself below the wall. Lastly, the first skill, Strike of Will. Once powered by Divine Descent, it transitioned from a single target attack to a wide-area assault. Flash! As Lucas casually swung his sword, the blade gleamed brightly. Boom! An explosion occurred. 3 werewolves that had been within the blade's range were torn apart, scattering in all directions. Following the trajectory of the blade, a gust swept by, knocking the observing werewolves off their feet. It wasn't even a sword strike anymore. It was something akin to a blast. Throughout the dozens of dungeon raids and defensive battles, the diligently accumulated stacks of strike of will had become the epitome of refined violence. Boom! Boom! With several more swings from Lucas, no monster in the vicinity remained breathing. They just circled at a distance, silently observing this surreal martial prowess. Phew! Taking a short breath, Lucas gripped his sword firmly. All right, this should do. With his fiercely burning gaze, he assessed the number of enemies and gathered his strength. I can't maintain this for long. I need to finish this quickly. The duration of divine descent ranged from 3 to 5 turns. That was 10 to 15 minutes. Within that time, he would finish them all. Zoom! In a lowered stance, Lucas kicked off the ground, leaving a golden trail as he charged towards the monsters. Even though the light of the full moon brightly illuminated the surroundings, the golden aura emanating from Lucas' back shone so brilliantly that the entire battlefield before the southern wall was illuminated. It was as if a war god had truly descended, living up to the skill's name. However, rumble, rumble. The monsters, they didn't back down. Whether facing a hero, a war god, an emperor, a slave, a knight, or a wizard, it didn't matter. Their sole purpose was to kill humans. Hence, hundreds of werewolves charged at Lucas all at once. Undeterred, Lucas met them head-on, swinging his sword. Soldiers and mages atop the fortress walls, having regained their senses, began to partake in this legendary battle. Cannons roared with fire, and protective magic rained down. The night was still young and the battle raged on, until one side was completely wiped out. In front of the northern wall, clang! Evangeline, with a new shield strapped to her left arm and a spear firmly in hand, called out gracefully, I command as the heir to the Margrave of Crossroad, and with the authority of an on-site commander. The girlish knight's voice rang out clearly for all to hear. Hearing Evangeline's voice, both the citizens and soldiers looked somewhat startled. For a brief moment, they could see a glimpse of her father in that petite girl. I, along with the Saintess and 3 from the Shadow Squad, are reorganized into one party from this moment. We form a temporary Shadow Squad. Ha! Saintess Margarita, who was singled out, gulped, but there was no time to reassure her. A healer was crucial right now. The Shadow Squad and the Penal Squad, both parties will hold back this monster. The monster in question was none other than the Wolf King Lunard. He was the Nightmare Commander who had declared he would face all humans on the northern wall alone. Watching the leisurely approaching Wolf King, Evangeline continued to issue orders. All forces, excluding our 2 parties, retreat into the city and prioritize the protection of the citizens. Most of the citizens outside the northern gate had almost finished evacuating. Lastly, Lily, holding 2 children, and the reserve heroes stood in front of the fortress gate. Lily looked back in desperation. Godhand. Turning around, Godhand smiled warmly at her. Lady Lily. She had called his name, but she didn't know what to say next. Seeing Lily hesitating, Godhand smiled again and spoke first. Do you remember what I said before I left? What was it? It's been so long I don't recall. I said, if I return safely, I'd like to see you and apologize. Godhand grinned. It's good to see your face. Wah! I have much more to say to you. Once we safely repel this monster, let's talk. Who said you could? Lily, her face turning red and trembling, was quickly ushered inside by other reserve party members and young citizens. Boom! The fortress gates closed. Amidst all this, seeing Godhand flirting, Evangeline grumbled. Ah, you're living out a romance novel, I see. I'm a bit envious. I'd like to write one too. You'll write an even better romance novel than me, Lady Evangeline. Thanks for the compliment, Godhand. Evangeline growled at Lunard, who had by now approached very close. Surviving this monster comes first, though. It was time for Evangeline to switch the genre of her novel from romance to monster horror. And honestly, Evangeline was more accustomed to the latter. Where are you taking my youth? With Evangeline's despairing scream, the Wolf King charged towards the humans. Chapter 260. Crossroad. Western outskirts. A back alley. Swish. A werewolf was hot on the heels of a fleeing citizen. Ah! Help! Please help! There's a monster! Someone! Please help! The werewolf was just about to reach the desperate citizen. Its claws flashed menacingly, ready to rake across the citizen's back. Not before I intervene. I rushed forward and hurled with all my might the magic core I held. Out of thin air, a shield turret was summoned. The first shot, a provocation projectile, fired from its newly formed barrel and struck the werewolf's head. Boom! Distracted by the provocation, the werewolf withdrew its claws from the citizen and turned its attention to the shield turret. That's right. Die, you bastard! I swung my staff and conjured 3 blades of magic, plunging them directly into the werewolf's body. With a horrifying scream, the werewolf crashed into the walls of the alley, spilling blood as it collapsed. Huff, huff, huff. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I caught my breath. Damn, I've been running non-stop since earlier. It's so damn exhausting. But it couldn't be helped. I was the commander here, and the fact that monsters infiltrated the city was ultimately on me. If I could run and reduce the casualties even by a little, then run I must. Having caught my breath, I turned to the citizen the werewolf was chasing. Hey, are you ALR? Eek! Eek! Save me! The citizen was already running away, disappearing into the other end of the alley. I awkwardly cleared my throat. At least he seemed safe. That's a relief. Your Highness! A scout, who had been following me from the rooftops with a telescope, shouted out. There's another werewolf in that direction. All right, let's go. I immediately dashed in the direction the scout indicated. I had scouts positioned throughout the city. A rudimentary information network had been established, and I was busy collecting intel from all over Crossroad while fending off the werewolves. The current front lines of Crossroad were divided into 3 areas. The southern wall holding back the main forces of the Werewolf Legion. The northern wall resisting the Werewolf Legion leader, Lunard. And the urban warfare against dozens of werewolves that had breached the city's defenses. The south and north, I have no choice but to trust they'll hold. In the next alley, I encountered another werewolf preying on a potential victim. I launched magic blades at it, but it dodged. It lunged at me with bared fangs, but I ducked just in time. Engaged in a fierce melee with this lupin beast, I gritted my teeth and thought, the ones hiding within the city are the top priority. They must be dealt with. If these monsters penetrate the heart of the city and target ordinary citizens, the devastation will be immense. The harm faced by soldiers and civilians are of completely different natures. At all costs, I have to protect the citizens. Whoosh! Whimper! Ha! Ha ha! Having finally taken down the werewolf, I struggled to my feet, slightly swaying. Even amidst all this, scouts on rooftops were relaying information. Throughout the city, other heroes and soldiers had been deployed to seek and eliminate the werewolves that had penetrated the urban area. I issued instructions to the scouts to spread the information to others. Hoping for minimal damage and praying for the southern and northern fronts to hold, I dashed through the city's alleys. Barracks. All the soldiers had departed, leaving the place empty. Correja stood distant at the entrance. He was worried about his younger brother. He was concerned about the city's situation. But what could he possibly do? Correja alternately gazed at his frail left leg and his withered right arm. To suppress the curse of a rampaging wolf that activated with exertion, Correja had undergone a spell that mummified parts of his own body. With this body, I can't even fight. Even if his head overflowed with profound understanding of his clan's martial techniques, they were useless if he couldn't employ them. All he could do was watch. He sighed and looked up at the sky. The moon, luminous with a spectral glow, seemed ominously bright. Then it happened. Arg! Ah! A monster! A monster! Stop it! We must hold it here. Screams and sounds of combat echoed from not too far off. Startled, Kureha, almost without thinking, moved toward the commotion on his limping legs. In the clearing, two elderly people clung to each other, trembling in fear. Around them, soldiers were engaged in battle with a monstrous creature. There were about 10 soldiers, but only one creature. Thud! Rip! They were no match. The monster was a white-furred werewolf. It had successfully penetrated the city from the west gate and moved quicker than any wolf to this spot. The creature's grotesquely long claws decimated soldiers in mere moments. The last soldier, who had been defending the elderly couple until the end, collapsed spewing blood, gasping out, "Run! Away!" The soldier soon breathed his last. The elderly couple stifled their screams with their hands. The creature let out a strange chuckle from its mouth. The white werewolf slowly advanced toward its next victims. In an instant, Kureha intervened. The white werewolf, staring at the obstruction that was Kureha, soon noticed something unusual. Sniffing. Sniff. The werewolf slowly opened its mouth as it caught Kureha's scent. "Who are you?" A voice full of curiosity emerged from the creature. "One of my kind, perhaps?" "No." The next moment, Kureha's left fist, swift as lightning, connected with the wolf's jaw. Boom! The beast, struck with a perfectly executed blow, flew and crashed noisily on the other side of the alley. From Kureha's left arm, muscle and flesh turned to dust and fell. Raising his mummified fist, Kureha gritted his teeth and declared, "I am human monster, western part of the city, in an alley. Eek! Eek! Please, mages, save our children at least." In between a family comprising a couple and their 2 children, Raina and Junior were casting spells, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. They were surrounded by about 10 werewolves. Sage. Junior clicked her tongue in frustration. On the plains or from the walls, terrain wasn't much of an issue when facing werewolves. On the plains, direct combat was sufficient, and from the walls they held the advantage. But here it was a city. Werewolves leapt freely from building rooftops, through basement windows of abandoned buildings, attacking from all angles in 3 dimensions. The 2 mages were immensely powerful, but in the city, they couldn't unleash their full potential, because they would turn the city to ashes. Plus, Raina's injury from being pierced by a sword hadn't fully healed. It would be great if they could precisely snipe with their magic, but the wolves attacked relentlessly, giving no room. Boom! A pinpoint water explosion missed a werewolf, and instead, a streetlight collapsed with a loud noise. Junior gritted her teeth. Too many restrictions. Whoosh! Raina's blade of wind also missed a werewolf, tearing only through the roof of a neighboring building. Raina clicked her tongue. If only someone could take the front line, protect this family, they could focus and snipe the wolves with magic. Just then, thud! A sound of metal-piercing flesh was heard, and from the alleyway, a werewolf fell, coughing up blood. The startled mages looked in that direction. The man who silently appeared and killed a werewolf was a familiar middle-aged man. Camus, an SR-grade mercenary who was supposed to be in prison for trying to kill Raina. An odd silence lingered. Camus and Raina locked eyes. To Camus, Raina was an unforgivable enemy, and to Raina, Camus was the criminal who ambushed her and her subordinates. In this strange tension, Junior looked between the two, unsure. Then, step. Without a word, Camus approached, twirling his long sword, then took a defensive stance. Standing in a position to protect Raina, Junior, and the civilian family, he eyed the pack of werewolves. No words, no gestures exchanged. Naturally, as if it was the most obvious thing to do, the swordsman stood before the 2 mages. Growl, roar, and in the next moment, werewolves leapt at them from all sides. Camus swung his sword, while Raina and Junior unleashed wind and lightning. In town, at the blacksmith. Growl, roar, a werewolf, menacing at the blacksmith's entrance, gnashed its teeth. The blacksmiths surrounding the beast, faces red and sweaty, clutched their weapons. They made weapons, they weren't warriors. Though they confronted the beast with drawn weapons, they lacked the skill and courage to take down this massive wolf monster. Roar! The ferocious werewolf lunged forward. The startled blacksmith screamed, crouching in fear. At that moment, smash! A short, elderly dwarf jumped forward, slamming down a massive hammer he held. Crack! Struck squarely on the forehead. The werewolf spewed blood, its head plunging to the ground. Darn beast, thinking you could. In the palm of his hand, the dwarf named Kelly Bay tightly gripped his hammer and bellowed out. What the hell is this? Polluting the sacred forge with the smell of blood. Damn it all! Thud! Thud! With 2 successive blows, the werewolf was thoroughly squashed and died. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kelly Bay looked around. What are y'all gawking at? Grab your tools. We need to get out there. What? You think I didn't notice the monster making its way here? The city's in danger. Aren't we going to help? But what can we possibly? The flustered blacksmiths exchanged glances. Kelly Bay clicked his tongue. So you're just gonna hide and cower? Sit on your hands, wait for the monster to come, and then just peacefully let it rip you to shreds? But sir, we didn't come to this city to fight. What the hell? You think I came here to fight? My back's out. I came for therapy, you idiots. Kelly Bay shouted. You all, who've been working with weapons by the fire, can surely fight better than those clueless citizens out there sleeping soundly. So we fight. But we're not soldiers. We're just ordinary citizens. You think those monsters care? To them, you're all just humans. Leading the way, Kelly Bay moved towards the forge's entrance. Kill the monsters, save the people. Isn't that what your lord always preaches? Isn't that the city's motto? Then save yourselves, you fools. Those who can fight should fight when it's time. While the other blacksmiths remained frozen, Kelly Bay's young assistant Hannibal quickly joined him. The young assistant held a knife he had been crafting earlier that day. Let's go, master. Look at this brazen one. The youngest one here. Kelly Bay chuckled. One by one, the hesitant blacksmiths began to follow behind Kelly Bay. The head of the guild, who had been arguing with Kelly Bay just moments ago, called out desperately. What should we bring with us? You know what we make in the fortress city's forge, don't you? Kelly Bay turned around and responded briefly. Weapons, he added emphatically. A damn lot of them.